Good afternoon, and welcome to the beginning of a very special, big, probably the biggest Lego project we have ever done on this channel. Today, we are going to start building the modular Lego Hogwarts Castle. They've done a few versions of the collectible Hogwarts Castle over the past generations. We're collecting the one that started in 2024 and is still going on. They just released another big section of the castle last week, so this version is still going on. Today we're starting with actually, let me switch over to the camera. Let me show you what we're doing today. So you can see here just how big the box is. I actually pulled up the 2-table setup for the build today. So the modular Lego Hogwarts Castle, there's 3 really big sets. These are going to be all-day marathon streams, starting with the Great Hall, which we're doing today, this afternoon, over the past... It'll take us all day probably to finish this one. So we're going to do this one today. And there's other 2 main sections of the castle that are as big as this one. We're going to do one next week and one the following week. And then there's about a dozen smaller sets that make up some more of the classrooms, grounds, and facilities. And we'll be doing some of those smaller sets in between and after. And we'll be building... I have in the queue 20 sets for this project. 18 are part of this castle. 2 of them are creature builds I want to display with the castle if I have space. But I do have a dedicated table for these. It's not in my stream area, so I won't be able to show all the sections put together. I might do some photography between streams as I put the units together. But we're going to be doing every one of the 18 builds on channel. The 3 marathon builds for... the next 2 weekends. Also, I only have 3 Mario sets left before I run out of sets, and they're not making any more of the interactive Marios. So for the next 3 weeks, we're going to do Mario Monday. And so that'll start in 2 days with this Monday, and we'll build the last 3 Mario boss sets over the next 3 Mondays. So those are the big projects for June. There is one special dated Lego stream in June also that is not Harry Potter and not Mario. You'll see when that one comes up. And I also have some pre-scheduled special dates in July. By the time we get to July, though, the Marios will be done. And then the Harry Potters should be done by that point. But today we have the Great Hall. We'll be using the 2-table setup for this one because it is a big set. By piece count, is the biggest set that I've done on stream, and it should take us all day to build this. You can see there's a big figure lineup down here. There's our first of many magical creatures that are going to show up over the course of the Hogwarts project. We have Dumbledore and a couple professors. We have the main trio, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, and some other random students there. So, the way this works is because there's a lot of sets involved in this castle, we're going to see a lot of Harrys, a lot of Rons, a lot of Hermiones. And I do know there's at least 3 McGonagalls, at least 3 Snapes over the course of the project. We'll be seeing a lot of repeats of some of the core characters. I've decided I'm not going to treat repeat characters as clones. Instead, we'll just have the different scenes that I set up on display represent different things that happened different periods of time throughout the castle. It's not one static moment in time. You'll even notice as we build the castle, the section of the castle represents scenes from several different books. They've been this series as it stands has been focusing on the earlier books. There are some characters that are noticeably missing from the castle as well. Obviously, this is just one section, so we won't make any judgments on that today. But Um, I talk too much, so let's get this open because this is a big one and it will take us all day. And I forgot, this is a bigger set. You can see I just barely managed to get the whole front of the box by doing a 2-table setup here in front of my camera. So here, that's what the front of the box looks like. And because I show everything, you can see here the back of the box. And the back of the box shows you that on the back side of the hall, there is an open side. And it's got the interior. And all the Hogwarts sets are like this, where you have the exterior on one side, and then you have the interior for play and showing off scenes on the inside. It shows that you can swap out the classrooms. Some of the smaller sets are modular classrooms you can insert into these spaces. I'm probably going to display them just open on the back rather than swapping them out. That way I can display everything. Because those classrooms have walls, so you can't really see into the classrooms if you use those classrooms. The classrooms that come with the big sets, they don't have the walls. They just have the backdrop walls. So they look more in place. I mean, you can actually display them open. The ones that actually come in these sets. You can see there's the Great Hall here and the Great Hall Courtyard. And yeah, and also I'll call your attention to the bottom where it says collectible portraits ×5. The modular Hogwarts Castle series contains wizarding portraits that are randomized. There are 14 of them. We are going to be getting, I think it's 27 total across the whole project. So we should, hopefully, if we're lucky, we'll get a full set of 14 and then some extras. But if we're not lucky, we may stack up a lot of one wizard. We'll see how the fates treat us over as we go through this project. But we'll have 5 of them today in the hall. I'm not setting up a portrait gallery. The portraits are in Go, where wizard portraits are meant to be in the castle. So we're just going to put the portraits where they're supposed to go throughout the castle. But I did set up, we do have here, I found this image of the portraits, kind of like a collectible check sheet, and I will be updating this throughout the project. We will be using this to track. I'll put a tally mark by each portrait as we pull it. And then as we get towards the end of the castle, when we build the last few sets, we can see how close to a full set we actually get. There's 14 different ones to collect. So let's come back here to the castle. And let's get this box open. And I do have a table reserved, dedicated for this project. I need to get the scissors. This box is too big for push tabs. And did I set the category correctly? Yes, I did. So let's take my scissors and let's cut the tape on this end. And this is a big box, so it'll probably take me a few minutes to get the bags organized inside. Alright, the tape is cut. And now let me, there's a lot of bags in here. And this paper packet, which I would assume is the instructions. Okay, so I know the bags go up to 16. Let me make some organized stacks over here in my off-screen area. So this paper packet I will set aside real quick. We'll come back to that. That's probably the instructions. Already I'm seeing some nice pieces in here. So right now I'm looking for... Okay, this is an unnumbered bag and will be set aside until the instructions call for it. There's a very nice piece in the unnumbered bag. We will go over that when the instructions call for it. Let's find bag 15 so I can do my stacks in order. There's 15. So I guess now I'm looking for bag 14. Almost done with organization, that is. And then we can actually start the build proper. And of course we'll leave bag 1 out because that's the first one we will use. And we have a turquoise brick separator this time. Turquoise is the rare color, so that's nice to see. And we still have to open up the paper packet. And it's instruction books. And 2 sticker sheets, one of which got bent up. We have this shiny silver sticker sheet with 2 rectangles on it that got really bent up and creased. You can see the light's really catching this one. I wonder what that'll be used for, but for now I gotta set that aside. I'm going to leave, and here's the main sticker sheet for this set. So 15 total stickers across the 2 sheets for almost 2,000 pieces. That's not a bad ratio. Yeah, stickers are annoying, but the sticker to piece ratio for this set is like nothing, so we'll be okay. And then we have a bunch of instruction books. So it looks like these last 2 instruction books are just for modular rooms that we're going to put in the base of the castle. Then we have the middle instruction book is the Great Hall. The second instruction book is the courtyard, and the first instruction book you can see is the base here, all the rock work that goes around the front of the castle, as well as the foundations for the interior in the back of the castle. So the first instruction book is the first 6 bags. So things won't turn really exciting until we get to bag 7, but the foundation is always the most important part of the build, so let's go ahead and pull up my instruction book now. And with the 2 tables set up, that'll just give us a little more room to work with because this is a big set. Let's go ahead and I have bag 1. So let's go ahead and open bag 1 and start building. our first bag tear for Hogwarts Castle as a whole. There we go. Oh, we're not on the page of instructions yet where it actually tells us to open bag 1. And I usually keep the sticker sheet on screen, but for this set, we're putting them off screen, out of the way, because the set is so big and we're just going to too much in the way. So there's our brick separator page. Here's our separator. And now it says to open bag 1. And bag 1 will give us our first character of the day, Harry Potter. So it's nice of them to give us Harry Potter right off the bat. And we'll get the rest of the characters throughout the afternoon as we go on through the various stages of this build here. And my 2 tables, I just realized, are not even, which means I did not correctly pool tray tables, but I think we'll be fine if I use one for parts and one for the build like I usually do. And actually, we have space, so we can adjust as needed later if we need to. Smiley face or scared face. Well, we're just building, we're going to use the smiley face. The Great Hall we're building to represent, you know, everyday Hogwarts. I'm not planning to set up specific scenes or anything. At least not today. We'll just, yeah. So, this will be the first of many different versions of the Harry Potter figure running around our castle, and I need to find the wands and give him a wand. And as you can see, each of the wands comes on this floater as a 2-pack, so plenty of spare wands if you want to make custom wizards. We saw this a few weeks ago when I teased there would be a big Wizarding World project a few weeks ago when I did the Triwizard Tournament Arrival set with the Durmstrang ship and Bobaton's carriage. I'm planning to display them next to the castle, but right now I have them stored because I want to see how much space the 3 main sections of the castle are going to take up on the table. So, here is our Harry Potter figure. He has the short legs, which means no sitting. So we'll probably, given how long we're going to be building tonight, we'll probably have to stand him up and his friends up. We'll probably knock them over many times. Actually, let's just lay them out like this, the child figures. That way we don't have to keep standing them up every time we knock them over. And you can see the figure just as well if they're lying down like that. We're going to have, I think it's 11 total figures in the set. So we have our first character for the modular Hogwarts Castle. And now we're going to begin the foundations of the rock work. Starting with this really long plate here. When the Hogwarts Castle is done, when we've completed all the sets, there's about 18 sets total. 3 really big sets that are going to be weekend builds, and the rest we'll do whenever. But when all is put together, when all is done, there's going to be almost, I think, 10,000 pieces. I think someone did the math it came out to. So this is going to be like the Death Star, but cooler. Alright, so we have made the first connection for Hogwarts. The first of many thousands of connections that need to be made here. Let's keep going. Now, since it is going to be an all-day build, there are going to be periodic breaks throughout the build. More than usual, probably longer than usual, but we will address that when the time comes. We just started. We're nowhere close to a break. But a break format will be a little bit more expansive than usual on this channel because of the nature of this build. And actually the two other big sets have even bigger piece counts than this one. So those are even going to be more substantial. Trans blue. I think that's the beginnings of the water that's around the castle. Because Hogwarts is built next to a big lake. Prior to this Hogwarts project, I really hadn't done Lego Harry Potter on this channel. I had the small Hogwarts house banner sets from a couple years ago, which I did off stream, and I had the Grindelwald carriage from Fantastic Beasts. But that was the entirety of my Wizarding World collection up to this point. And then I did the Triwizard Arrival set a few weeks ago. I had actually bought that a long time ago because I had been planning to get into Wizarding World. And here we are. I've decided to focus just on the Hogwarts sets for now, though. So I didn't get any of the Diagon Alley or any of the other stuff. I'm hoping they release a new version of the Hogwarts Express soon so I can display that with the castle, but I'm not pressed. If they don't release a Hogwarts Express, I can always go back and get one of the older ones off of retirement. So, actually, I think there is the Book Nook Hogwarts Express available still, so I might be able to get the Hogwarts Express after all. That'll be a nice to display with this. Already we can see the beginnings of the rock work come together. That's what I have so far on this side. Of course, I have to keep it facing me so I can see what I'm doing. But I'll show off periodically progress as we get it. You know what? I am going to go ahead and swap this tray table because I just noticed this tray table for some reason is really sticky on top. And I don't know what it's from because that's not my doing. It's not one. We have a total of like 6 tray tables down here, of which I've only been using like 3 of them myself. So I don't know what. But I had to get them all out of the way to move furniture and then get some back. So this must be one of the ones someone else was using when we set all the tray tables aside. Because I know I wasn't doing anything sticky with it. So I'm going to go swap this tray table real quick for a clean one. And then we will continue on. Okay, I think we are good to go. So this one's even more uneven with the... But Uneven is better for what we're doing. Uneven is better than sticky. So I just accidentally sent Harry flying, so let's... There is a set for the flying lesson, but this is not it, so... Now let's get back to this for real. Oh. And actually, this parts pile isn't too bad. We're going to breeze through this first bag. So yeah, this is going to be a 3-week product, more than 3 weeks actually, if you count all the small sets. I know for a fact that between Mario Monday and a special date coming up this week, we probably won't get to any of the small sets this week before we build the second big module next weekend. The second big section, and then we'll have a few days. Some of the sets are small enough that we can stack multiple in a stream, in a regular length stream. Some of the smaller sets are big enough that they'll be a whole regular length stream. But the 3 biggest sections are, of course, going to be these marathon all-day streams like we're doing today. Some of these pins represent connection points to the other sets, and some of them represent connection points to other parts of this set that we have not yet built. So it'll be interesting to see what all these different connection points do. There will be long stretches of time when I stop talking and focus on the build, because there is a lot to get through today. I actually did a bit of off-stream Lego last night. Like I've said many times, I try to keep a few sets not for stream that I can just, if I want to do a Lego session building with my brother, for example, because he does Lego too, but he doesn't have as big a collection as mine. He's not quite as into it as I am. So he doesn't always... We're already getting into our first sticker. And it's inside a panel. Oh boy. It's a nice interior shot though. Let's see if I can line this up without too much trouble. What matters is it's straight. It looks like it's corridor detail, so it doesn't have to be perfectly centered, but it's very difficult to align stickers to the inside of a panel piece. As long as I keep my fingers on the back of it and don't press it all the way down, I can easily pull it up to adjust. But I think that came out pretty good. We're ready to press it in now. There's our sticker, showing the first little bit of interior detail for the castle there. That's a nice sticker. Oh, I can't remember. Did I actually show the Harry Potter figure after I put him together? There he is. Our first character of the entire... I think when all is put together, we're going to have something like 50 or 60 minifigures. And like 10 of them are going to be Harry himself. Something crazy like that. I know it doesn't look like much yet, but we have to do all the foundational stuff before we can get to the fun stuff. Because without the foundational stuff, the fun stuff is just going to fall apart, so... Oh, jeez. Did I put a piece on incorrectly? No, I did not put a piece on incorrectly. I forgot to put a piece on. Easy fix. But there's this piece, which is not usually a leftover, so... There is a piece somewhere that I forgot to put on correctly. I got that square. Oh, I see where I forgot to put this in. Alright, easy fix. Didn't waste too much time looking for where I forgot that piece. It's in. Now, let's go back to where we were and get bag 2 open. So in bag 2, actually up through bag 6, we're going to continue the foundations and the rock work that make up the base of the castle. big door frame piece here, but no door yet. Be interesting to see what this door frame is used for. That's the door frame I'm talking about that we just put on. Be interesting to see what that's used for. I think I'm going to make an executive rule here for tonight's stream. Instead of feeling it out every 2 bags, let's do our stretch breaks every 2 bags. That way there's no guesswork. It'll just give us a regular clock to go on. And yes, they will include water, so they'll be a little bit longer than they usually are, because I've had some health issues recently, haven't been feeling the greatest. So yeah, water is... I need to go upstairs to get the water. So we'll take... There's 16 bags, so that will equate to about 7 water breaks over the course of the stream. The first one will be at the end of this bag, because this is bag 2 we're in already. And we have a bit of arch at the base of our structure here. Big arch piece there. It's cool seeing the shape of the foundation of the castle come together. There. Okay, let's make sure that everything is connecting properly. Fixed it. So we're filling in a lot more of the shaping now around the edges of this section of the foundation. And bag three. And bag three gives us our next figure, so I'm not going to spoil the bag three opening page yet. But here, since we're going on break, let me put this where you can see it. This is the beginnings of our castle foundation. The rock work below the castle. And actually, if I show it this way, you can see the beginnings of the interior of the castle. Which is better to show at this point? Hard to say. This looks more finished off, of course, because this is a whole exterior section. Whereas this, there's just one sticker detail for the interior that hasn't been built up yet. And this is going to be, I think, one of these swappable interior spaces, based on the pins there. So, let's just leave the rockwork side to show while I take my quick break. And I will be back in a few minutes, and we can go ahead and queue up bag three right there. Alright, I'll see you shortly. And unlike usual, during my breaks, I'm just going to leave the microphone running. And that way I don't have to test the audio after every break, because this is a big one. I'm almost done with break, but while I was upstairs getting water, I did check the mail, and a big box came for me, and I just want to open it up and see what it is. Because I like to log my mail as soon as I receive it. I can log it after stream as long as I know what it is, but... Okay, it's Lego, and it is relevant to this project. It's the last two newest pieces of the Hogwarts Castle grounds. One small set, and then this bigger set that they put in an inner shipping box here. Oh wow, this is a big one. Yeah, the third of the three sections of the castle. Wow. This one's got an amazing figure selection in it. Ooh. I'm not going to spoil this one, but suffice to say, this is awesome. So yeah, with you can see here, I'll tease a little bit. Big Harry Potter box here. This is a castle section. And I checked the collectible portrait ad on the back of that box. When the castle is done, we will have a total of 27 of the random collectible portraits. So hopefully 27 is enough to pull a full set, a full collection of the 14. Alright, sorry for that long break, but I just had to see what was in this big box. And it's relevant, and it turned out to be relevant to this project. So I have the other two really big sets on deck here. So the set we're doing today is my personal record for biggest single set piece count on stream. However, both of the next 2 weeks' big sections of the castle beat that by a considerable margin. So we're going to shatter the record again next week. And I think the week after, too, beats that one by a few pieces. So now let's get right into bag 3, because I've been on break long enough. We're already an hour into stream. And so far, we don't have anything that looks like Hogwarts Castle yet. We just have the beginnings of the rockwork of the grounds. But like I said before, foundational work is important to the project as a whole. Alright. So we're going to start this bag with our second figure of the day. And this is going to be Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher from the first year. Those of you who know Harry Potter know that the Defense Against the Dark Arts... oh, that's cool. I have to show this. The first Harry Potter book, Sorcerer's Stone / movie, also known as Philosopher's Stone, is old enough that this no longer should count as a spoiler. But they do in fact include Voldemort's head on the back of Professor Quirrell's head, like in the first book and movie. It's not really focusing that well for some reason. But yeah, let's see if we can get him to focus this time. So there, it's not really doing it. Did I have the other cam for the focus? Maybe. No. The other cam is no. So this is the cam I was getting focused on before, but I do have the instructions on the other side to accommodate the two table setup. So yes, we do get Voldemort's face on the back of Quirrell. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and finish the figure as he's meant to be. And actually, the scene where that Voldemort head is relevant actually isn't even in the set. It's in the second big castle section, which we're doing next week. But Quirrell's figure is in this one. Okay, so that's foreshadowing. Nice. Okay. So let's give Quirrell his wand, and he can sit next to Harry. Or we're laying them down this one. This build is what we established. So I may swap him back and forth which table has the build and which table has the parts pile, just because of confusion coming back from breaks, whatever. What matters is that they keep as much of the action on camera as possible. So there's the whole Quirrell figure. There's the Quirrell face with his with his head wrap there that hides the Voldemort face. We'll put him with Harry, and we will continue on with the bag 3. So bag 3 is actually going to start with another assembly. I don't want to drop things on the floor accidentally, so bag 3 we're just going to do on this table, and then we'll go back to putting the parts over there for the next bag, I think. So it looks like this is going to be another strip of foundation here. Another section. Oof. And they just started some loud lawn work outside. I hope that's not drowning me out. It doesn't bother me. I just hope it's not interfering with the stream audio too much. And even if it is interfering with stream audio, well, I've temporarily run out of stuff to talk about. So I'm going to be doing the next few bits of the build quiet anyway, so. Because when I stop talking, I actually build more efficiently. This bag's going together quickly. We may revisit the strictly every 2 bags rule. Yeah, I think because we just took a break, let's just keep going until I actually feel the need for another break. We'll do breaks by feels like we usually do. And we just passed the 1 hour mark of stream, which is irrelevant today because we're doing a marathon build today, so we'll be here probably the rest of the day. And if I finish early, well, there's like a dozen small sets that we can look into maybe starting to add. Most of them are going to come after I finish the big sections, but I'll stream them when I can. Let's see how long it takes to do this build, because however long it takes to do this build is going to take at least an hour and a half longer to do the 2 remaining big builds. So this will help me gauge time for and estimate time for the next 2 weeks as well. We're doing our second sticker, which matches that first sticker we did on the inside of that panel for the inside of the rockwork. The backdrop of the modular rooms in the foundation. So there's the sticker. I think I got it pretty straight, although I'm not the best at holding things straight on camera, so, but it looks, that's pretty good for me on a first try on a sticker, especially one of these panel pieces. They actually have to put the sticker inside the piece. Those are a little tricky to do. Wow, those lawn workers are loud, but that's okay. They're not bothering me. I hope they're not bothering you. I don't care either way. Sorry, I shifted that for no particular reason. Here, I left it on the outside for a while, so now I'll let you look at the inside for a while I keep working on this section over here. it's just about time to go on to the next bag here. There, now you can see the parts pile a little bit better. Okay, let's see, we got that going there. Oh, there it is. Alright, sorry, I've temporarily run out of stuff to talk about. Temple did a beautiful service last night. It's the retired rabbi's 50th anniversary with the temple. And I'd like to say he's only partially retired because he's still very active with the temple. And the Torah that the whole temple community helped to write, it was dedicated at his 50th anniversary. So big, beautiful service, big crowd. Everyone who's anyone in the temple community showed up for the service yesterday, so that was pretty fun to see everyone. But I try not to talk about religion too much on the channel, so we'll leave it at that. So here's another big arch piece to match the one on the other side of the foundation. And this is technically bag 4, so based on the rule that I made during bag 2, we'd be due for another break now, but we just had a break. These two bags went together very quickly, so we are not taking a break after this bag. That would be excessive. We're going to keep going because I feel good right now. In fact, we probably should be good for at least the rest of this instruction book. So let's reassess as we go through bag 6. But we have bag 5 to do first. Alright, how do these... Alright, shows that. I'm trying to see exactly how these are meant to line up. Door frame on this end. So this goes in like that. Alright, that's how they line up. And some more pin connections here. Wow, so this is actually a very long model. And I'll shift it onto the other table just so you can... I need to turn that so I can... My hands are literally too big to go where that piece goes. This is one piece that they probably could have had us attaching before sliding everything together, but they didn't, so... Whatever. We gotta do that again over here. Okay. And then we get this little plate that just goes on the connecting region there. And of course, it yeeted right out of my hand. So, after 4 bags, we have a good chunk of the foundation there. You can see just how long this is. With the instructions on screen, we're not going to be able to have the whole model visible at a time, that's for sure. But we'll do the best we can. Alright, we're going into bag 5. All right, let's get started. You know what? This model's better. I don't want to mess with furniture again. Let's work with what we've got until it becomes impossible to do so. But yeah, with as big as this castle is, the parts pile is going to kind of be hiding behind it. Not much I can do about that. Let's just keep going. So now it looks like we're setting up foundations for the upper level. Okay, yeah, that's how that goes. All right. This thing is going to be huge. I hope this one, when combined with the other two big sets, actually fits on the table I set aside for it. Now that I'm seeing just the foundation of this one section in person, I'll make it work. I'll figure something out. I may not be able to display all the grounds with it if the other sections have as big a footprint as this one. But I think the other sections, even though they have bigger piece counts, I think they're taller. So even harder to get on camera. But if they're taller, maybe the footprints aren't quite as big. And everything should, at least the core, should still fit on the table I set aside for this project. Well, I'm definitely behind the instructions right now. Alright. Sorry about that. I gotta get better with my facings. Especially for something... I only pull out the 2 table setup for really big sets. So... And when I do that, I have to put the instructions on the opposite corner from where they usually are. And that's why I often go off camera inadvertently during these big set builds where I am doing the 2 table setup. I'll try to get better. But I don't do the, well, there's going to be a big influx of really big sets over the next couple months. I have a lot of big sets in my queue right now. I have a lot of standard, smaller sets too. Now, by total piece count of the castle, not today, but the project as a whole, is comparable to the Death Star they put out last year. If I was to get the Death Star, which I'm still thinking about possibly trying to figure out how to do, but if I was to get the Death Star, that would probably be a week of non-stream builds. I wouldn't necessarily want to do that one on stream. Wow, this is a really long piece we're building up here. I'm curious. Give me a moment. I want to see just how many studs long this assembly is, because this is insane. It's a 48 stud long assembly we just built, this stick here. And it does look like it gets some tile surfacing before we actually attach it. And I'm off camera again. Sorry, I keep going behind the instructions out of habit because, like I said, opposite side from where they usually are on the screen. All right. The most efficient way to do this is to do the assembly 4 times and then attach them all. I can also see a little bit of plant pieces in this parts pile. So we're going to see the first bits of the castle grounds greenery. One section of the Hogwarts grounds that is absent so far from the modular is the Quidditch field. I'm hoping that they give us I'm hoping they give us an updated Hogwarts Express to go with the castle, and I'm hoping that they give us a Quidditch field before they're done with this particular version of the modular. And if they don't, well, we can make it up. They've given us most of the grounds, so. Alright, you know what? It's on screen the way it is. Let me just attach these pieces with it already on camera. Let me not screw around with the angle if it's already on camera. So these are the bar attachments that the next big section is supposed to attach to. In preparation for this project, I did watch a couple videos on how the combination is done last night. So There's that. We have another 4 times assembly, so let me go ahead and make 4 of those, and then I'll attach those, and we'll keep going with this long assembly here. Alright, so these attach. Like this, I think. Yeah. And this whole long assembly attaches to the back of the foundations like this. And now we're going to keep going with the assembly up here. Alright, it says this piece is in the instructions. Oh, all the way over here. Okay. So yeah, these are going to be the foundations that the Great Hall itself is going to be placed upon. And I can see where the courtyard section also is sectioning off from the Great Hall section. Okay. That one there. Something fell out of place. Hold on. Okay. Now that's fixed. All right. just heard a noise I didn't like. I'm making sure nothing fell out of place during that. I think we're good to go. Wow, my actual builds area was off camera again. That's a thing that's going to happen with these big sets. There's not much I can do about it. I'm doing the best I can to keep as much of the action on camera as possible, but you can see I sort of misjudged the size of the set. Alright. So you can see the top of the foundation now we're tiling off to make it smooth. We're exposing some studs for the attachment of the buildings, the actual building sections. Some more tiles here. These go here. And then we have some plant work. And it looks like we make 3 copies of these trees. So I'll make the 3 trees and then I will attach them. And the trees are only leaved on one side so you can rest them against the rockwork. That's pretty clever. But here's the tree details that we're about to, I gotta do 3 of these, and I'll just attach them as I make them. Alright, second tree. Excuse me. Sorry, I lost focus for a moment. All right, one more tree, and that'll be the end of bag 5. This last tree is, the clip is right here. So you can see here the trees along the edges of the foundation there. And bag 6 is going to start with another assembly, so let me set this over here, out of the way, and we can do the assembly here. I just saw two, not one, but two pieces roll off the table as I opened that bag. One of them didn't go all the way to the floor. The other one did. All right. Let's begin. Okay. Oh, I think I know what's going on with this section. But let's wait and see where it actually attaches before I go and make assumptions. Okay, So this is bag 6, the final parts pile for the first instruction book. So I think it would be an advantageous time to take a break after we finish this bag. We're 2 hours, well, we will be about 2 hours into the build at that point, so it sounds about the right place to take a break. After this bag. I missed a piece somewhere, obviously. Oh, worse. I missed 2 pieces. But easy, quick fix here. Now we can continue. Looks like I may actually be cutting off the top of the instruction sheet a little bit, but it doesn't matter because it's just the part where it shows what parts you need to for that step. So it doesn't look like the actual illustrations are getting cut off, so we're not going to worry about it. If other instruction books are affected, we'll adjust the position if we need to. I will say the pacing so far is a lot faster than I thought it would be. We're only, when we finish this bag, we're 2 bags short of the halfway point, and we're going to be only about 2 hours in, so. But like I said, there's plenty of small sets we can supplement with if I feel stream hasn't gone on long enough. Okay, so here are some stickers that need to be, we're going back to the sticker sheet again for this step here. And since it's just brick details, they don't need to actually be perfectly lined up. So, there's the brick detail sticker. That's going to go on this little tower section here. And then there's just a plain one there. And then we have this section here, which uses another sticker. And because it's just a brick and plant detail. It doesn't need to be perfectly centered, but it does need to be parallel. I mean straight. No, still not straight. Okay. And that whole thing was behind the instructions, so sorry about that. But there's the new sticker, and that will go onto the tower like this. And let's not forget those tile pieces that are supposed to be on top of it. And then there's what the tower looks like with the two stickers on it. Okay, now we need the big castle again. Now I'm just going to tuck the trees against the wall and then reposition them when we're actually posing at the end. Because otherwise they're just going to keep... I'm going to keep knocking them by accident anyway, so if I'm going to knock them by accident anyway, I may as well knock them in such a way that they actually stay on. So, okay, so we have here okay, so check it out. What we just built here, it's a secret door going out the back of the castle basement there. And that just clips in like that. And then the whole tower pops off because it's not secured down yet. But yeah, if you open it from the inside, it just swings open. So a secret door in the rock work there. Let's just clip that in because it's in the way. And let me turn it back. Actually, we're doing another assembly, so let me set it off to the side here. Yeah, and that's a nice little bit of rock work that hides that secret door there. Interesting. Okay, let's keep going with this build here. And it looks like this assembly is going to be a staircase leading up the hill, I guess. And now we do an assembly on the assembly. Okay. And then this one will go here. Yeah, we're getting there. And we're doing another little section of this section now. Yeah, we're definitely going to be taking a break after this. I need to stretch again. And I definitely need more water. Okay. This one here. How do you lose a long plate? Oh, I used the plate, right. Okay. Now I really am missing a piece. That's definitely not in this parts pile because it went to the floor. Okay. We haven't 8 times, but well, 8 copies of this piece to make the actual stair look here. with that, there's our staircase. And it shows them attaching to this end of the Great Hall, where we put the door frame earlier. So the door frame was basically a placeholder to show that that section was going to have an assembly attached. So that slots in like that. And there's the staircase leading up to the upper level there. And it shows Harry and Quirrell hanging around the foundation. There's not really anything to do yet. And this shows you some of the, we're going into the ads for some of the other sets in the castle. I can see the Boathouse, the Owlery, and that's one of the classrooms. That might be the potions classroom. And then we get to the second instruction book, which is going to be the courtyard area for the Great Hall. And it looks like this is going to be bags 7, 8, and 9 when we come back from the break. I will see you in a few minutes. It's going to be a bit of a... I'll take as long as I need for water, because we're going into another whole section here. Like I said, breaks will be based on pacing and feel, not based on specific bags. It just makes sense to do it because we're going into another section of the model here. And I think this is the best way to get everything on display so far. And I'll be back in a few minutes and we will get on with this next section. I'm back. So let's go ahead and get right back into this assembly here. I pulled up the second instruction book, for the courtyard area of the Great Hall. And it shows we're going to need one of these big plates in here. It says we just need one for this section of the for this bag. So let's get bag 7 out. Let's see here. We are going to get a character, and this is going to be an assembly. So let's go ahead. Since this is an assembly, let's actually take the whole base and set it aside. I have just enough room over here. Or do I? No, that could... I may not be able to set this aside. That should hold a little bit. Alright, let's get to it. And we are going to get our next character here. Okay, so we're getting our first Hogwarts ghost. There's 5 of them across the castle, but in this set there's only the one. So we're only getting the one ghost today. This is Fat Friar, the Hufflepuff house ghost. I can have him making a surprised face or a happy face. Actually, he's kind of a... Let's give him the spooky expression, because he is a ghost. And he gets a coffee mug, but this time done up in ghost gray. I've never seen a coffee mug in ghost gray before, so this is a cool one. So here's our Fat Friar, the Hufflepuff house ghost. And since he uses the skirt piece, I can't, he doesn't lay down as well. He can actually stand. Now, let us take our big plate and start building this thing. And we have a big door frame with a double door setup going on here. This door here goes here. And we'll open into the main section of the Great Hall like that. Pacing is way ahead of where I thought we would be right now. Let's just see how the rest of this section of the castle goes, because we may be well under my time estimate for today, in which case we could definitely start with some of the smaller sets. But then again, if things slow down later, we could be right on my time estimate for the day, in which case we won't. So let's not make predictions. Let's see how it goes, and we'll decide at the end of this build if we want to go on with any of the smaller sections. This one will go over here on this side. And then I should be using this space some more as well. You know what? Since I'm still trying to seek out the comfort zone, we can keep this one on stage for now. It's going to be cut off a little bit, but all right. Now let's put the leaf piece in first. That way I can get my finger in there. All right, well, we're almost done with bag 7. I have a feeling this is going to be a quick section overall. And with that, bag 7 is done. We're going into bag 8 now. Now, if we do have time for a small set, I know exactly which set we're doing first. If we get to it today. If we don't do small sets today at the end, then I won't necessarily do that specific one first, depending on how we decide to do the small set streams. Okay. Okay. Window assembly time. We'll be on this page for a little while, but not too bad. I'm just gonna put them on as I do the assemblies. It's not that inefficient to do so. It's actually going to be a little bit quicker, I think, in this particular case to put them on and not make them all and then put them on. Since it's all same page, multiples. And something just rolled off my table, so I have to go see what that is before I forget about it. Oh man, it went all the way behind the table there. All right. All right, back to making these windows. Okay, this window right now is the halfway point. For this step, I mean. And another piece just rolled off the table. I still have 3 more of those windows to put together. Well, that one landed in front of me. I don't have to floor dive. Alright, let's get these last couple windows together so we can move on to the next step. Okay, those windows are finally done. Let's keep going with the build now. Interesting how one brick on the outside is completely different than the others. There's probably a cool in-universe reason for that. Again, this is the type of assembly that it's quicker to just make and add rather than make, pile, and add. Okay? And now we have some more of the arch pieces to round out the shape of these sections here. Okay, now we can just start securing everything. And with that, bag 8 is already done. We're going to bring in bag 9, and bag 9 is going to give us our next character. Okay, so this character is going to be Professor Vector. She's one of the specialist classes at Hogwarts. Arithnomancy or something like that. Her class is not plot important. She's just a filler character. Let me go ahead and she's got a really awesome hat hair combo piece here. And let me get her wand, and then I will... Same deal as the other wands. You get two of them on a floater piece. And I just put her together completely off camera. So we're going into bag 9. And so far we have 4 of the, I think it's 11 characters in this set, which means that moving forward we should have a character in each bag, unless they double up on a bag. But there's Professor Vector of Arithnomancy. I don't think her class actually appears in the story. It might in the later books, I'm not sure. But Professor Vector. And she has the same skirt piece as Fat Friar, so she can stand there. And we can continue on with our build. Oh, and there's a really cool printed piece in this bag. And I'm not going to spoil it. So I just turned it face down so as not to spoil it till the instructions tell us to put it on. Okay, so now we're just building up the roof of this little section here. Making everything smooth and looking good on top. Okay, so that's all together. Oh, that piece just flicked right out of my hand and off the table. And of course it's a gray piece, so it blends into my carpet. Give me a moment to find the piece that fell. Alright, I found it. In the process of retrieving that piece, I also knocked Professor Vector off the table. So, Actually, they lay relatively straight. We're just going to do the character line up all like this. Now, let's get these pieces on. Okay, let's keep going. There it is. So the top of this little courtyard looks really nice and smooth and polished. I mean, once I finish laying these pieces. Just got to put in these last few wedges for the shaping, and then we can move on. That's nice and smooth looking. I like it. This step includes that really cool piece that I was talking about. So let me show you. Let me put on the bracket because I think it'll be easier to hold it from the surrounding pieces. So let me go ahead and set up this piece and then I will show you. Oh, I put that upside down. So there, this is the printed clock that goes in front of the Great Hall. And it's actually a 24-hour clock format. You can see the numbers go up to 12 twice. There's 24-hour slots around the clock. And that sits over the courtyard there. And now we just gotta finish building that up. And we get 2 more stickers. And it's some more of the brick detailing, and it shows them in different places on each column. So here's one of the columns with the brick detailing, and that will go over here. And then I need to put a sticker on the other one. And there's that one. And that one goes over here on this side of the clock. And this is some cool shaping here. An arch going over the clock to accent its shape like that. That's some nice shaping in there. I just knocked something off the table. My separator. Probably the least important thing on the table right now, but we always want to keep the separator accessible. So let me see if I can't maneuver it into reach so I can pick it up. At least it wasn't a character that time. And I'll just set this over here because we're about to do an assembly. I'll show it that side, because that side carries the exterior detail a little better. Okay, this piece. All right. This goes on. Okay, that's not pressed in all the way. I'm glad I caught that before we got too far ahead of it. There, now that's pressed in. Okay, that's where the studs are. So that's how this piece attaches. And now we can line up the gray sections. So here's the top of the tower there. And now I'll take my courtyard and I will attach this section to the top there. And we will realign these roof pieces here. And there's our first bit of Hogwarts roof. And then we get two of these little tower bits here. And this shows how this attaches to the framework at the top of the steps. So, all right. And that's the end of that instruction book. So, logic would dictate this is the right place to take a break because we're about to go into another whole section. But I'm actually doing pretty good right now. This section went together pretty quickly. So we're not going to break just yet. But what we are going to do is I turned the instructions off so we can see this a little better. The courtyard attaches at the stairs end. So we're going to There's the staircase right there. And we're going to take this and we're going to line this up on top of the frame there. And did I just close the instructions prematurely? I may have. I think it's supposed to line up like this right at the end, but give me a moment. I'm actually going to go into my paper instructions because I already closed the PDF. So yeah, we are supposed to have that one stud exposed and line it up directly on the end. So yeah, it is lined up correctly according to the picture and the instructions. Okay. Let me pull the instructions back up. I'll get right into the next section. So, but before I do, this is our Great Hall so far. We have the whole foundation done, and we have the courtyard sitting on top, and of course you can see the clock, and I can't really get the tower on camera. This is going to be, obviously I won't be able to get Hogwarts as a whole on camera, and we'll just set this aside, and you know what? I keep knocking characters off. There's got to be a better way. I do the character lineup for every stream, but clearly it's failing with this setup. Alright. Tell you what we're going to do. With the instructions on that side of on the opposite side of the screen, I'm actually going to, the instructions are going to be over here in this area. So I'm going to try and reorient myself. What's the best view for this? The view doesn't matter because I'm trying to hide this behind the instructions for right now. And actually keeping it on this side, it will also be a little out of the way of the characters. So when I pull the instructions back up, yeah, it's basically covering what we've already built. This thing is already heavy, and we haven't even built the main unit, the main building structure yet. Alright, with the instructions back up, let's realign the table against the edge, and let's do the character lineup over here. Let's reset the character lineup. And we'll bring them in a little closer because there's still a lot more characters in those bags there. It looks like we're going to get 4 more characters across these 5 bags. And I'm seeing the Great Hall, and I'm also seeing one of the little sections that goes in the basement here. So I'm guessing one of the bags is going to be that little room in the basement, and 4 of the bags are going to be the Great Hall itself. So it says 10 is going to start with 2 of the base plates, and bag 10, and we're also getting a character. Short legs, so it's going to be one of the students this time. So this student is going to be our Ravenclaw house representative for this set, who is going to be Terry Boot, it looks like. So this student's name is Terry Boot, according to the box. Let me go ahead and put him together. Smiley face or frowny face. I'm generally trying to use neutral expressions for the set today. Oh, these two are the last of the big base plates, but there's still one more really cool piece in that separate parts bag. So we will, when that piece is revealed, in the instructions, I will show it off. So the door in the courtyard right now is a door to nowhere. You walk through it and you fall into a bottomless pit into the stone foundations of the castle. But we're about to build the the big room that sits over the frame. We're building the Great Hall itself now. Obviously, we need to get out his wand. It's a little wasteful the way they do the wands. If you're gonna put two on a floater, you may as well assign each floater to two characters, and that way you're not using so much plastic. Although the plastic savings for doing it that way is minimal. So here is Terry Boot. He is our Ravenclaw student for the set. And it's not going to focus any better, so we'll just put him in the line up here. So we're going to start here with a tile on the base plate. You know what? This is not working for me. I'm gonna pray it doesn't fall. And I just bumped the table getting back into position and knocked a character off again. I think that's going to be a frequent occurrence for the three big master sets here. We've already done it how many times today, knocking a character off the table by accident? Alright, now let's get back to it. And actually having the big base is going to detract from watching the Great Hall itself come together, I think. So yeah, taking that off was the correct move, because what we're building now is the main focal part of the set. It only took us about 3 hours to get here, but we're finally about to build the main focal point of the set. So oh, I was looking for a 1x6 tile, but the instructions show it's actually being done as two 1x3s. So that's... now we get the other big base plate. When we go to do the smaller, well, we're going to keep this configuration for the rest of the stream, regardless of if we do the smaller sets or not. We need this configuration for the days we do the big sets. But, on the days when we're just doing the smaller sets, we'll have our standard Lego configuration. We still haven't revealed any portraits yet, which means we have not yet gone to our portrait tracker. There's supposed to be 5 in this set, and 27 total overall across the whole project. Okay, so it looks like we're building, it looks like this is going to be our first row of table. The picture on the art on the box shows 2 rows of tables, 2 rows of long tables and benches. So I'm assuming that's what we're putting in right now. The instructions also show that they can be removed to put in other modular sections like the Dueling Club or the sorting ceremony. I have all the parts for the castle in hand except for one of the small sets, which is somewhere in the mail system. But since that one's part of a subset that I want to do together, I'm not concerned about not having that one yet. Because by the time I get, there will be one stream where I do one specific section of the Hogwarts grounds that has like 3 sets in it, so when we get to that section, you'll understand what I mean. Okay, that's on. So we have a lot of exposed single studs going on there. So that's going to be an attachment point for different modules, I guess. Well, I can't believe we've been going at this 3 hours already. It doesn't feel like 3 hours. So now we're going to start setting up some wall paneling here. And then 5 of those panels. No. Yeah, 5. Because there's already one on. And then 9 of these column pieces. I'm putting them too close together. This is how they're supposed to be spaced. Okay, those columns are on. What comes next? So the foundations of the Great Hall are coming together nicely. Well, we've already done the foundations. This is the Great Hall itself. Streaming. This is the piece. We need, this one goes here. Okay. And this one goes here. So we have a backdrop for the tables now. So basically we built the basic bottom structure for the Great Hall with this bag. Okay, 20 of those around the base here. Sorry, the action's turned away from the camera right now. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. there's two quarter towers here, which I think correspond to the the little tower piece on the secret door outside. Maybe. We'll see how that all lines up later. This one goes here, and then this one goes here. And then we take these last couple pieces and we make a little cone roof thing to go on that little half tower there. So we'll move back over here to the side a little bit, because I just realized most of that build was probably behind the instructions. And if I can't just get that, there we go, that little roof piece for the little half tower. And 11 is going to give us our next student. Okay, so let's start by putting our student together. And it looks like she's got the skirt piece. So there's the, and let's see, it's a Slytherin print on, so this will be our Slytherin student. According to the box, that would be Daphne Greengrass is her name. So we gotta find, all right, there's our kid legs. We need to find the little skirt piece. Lots of little tiny window pieces in this parts pile. Like lots of these little windows. And there's the skirt piece, which was directly under my nose the whole time. All right. Smiley face or frowny face. That's almost a confident smirky smile. And we are talking about Slytherin here. That's a pretty hairpiece. But let's make sure. Let's try and get a good framing on the face with the hair. Yeah, perfect. Okay. Now I gotta find her wand in this mess. There it is. What did I say her name is? Let me get the wand in her hand first. so that I don't drop it on the floor. Daphne Greengrass, um, one of many random students who we're going to see throughout this castle. She's our Slytherin representative for this particular set. It's not focusing, but again, that's a pretty hairpiece. Just for my own personal references. Yeah. All right. All right. Okay, and then looks like we get 9 of these window units. The first 9 of many. Okay. I'm sorry, I ran out of stuff to talk about again for a little bit. But that's okay, because it looks like we're going into a repetitive section. So I can just stop talking for a bit and focus on what I'm doing. And oh man, my hands went behind the instructions again. This is an insane number of windows in this parts pile. So this is probably going to be the most repetitive bag of the whole build. And just to show you what's going on with these windows, that's what they look like. And there's a whole ton of these in the parts pile. I have a feeling that the rest of the wall around here is going to be windows. And this one goes right here. tall wall piece there. Okay, well this step's only 2 windows. But I have a feeling that this step is one of those trainer steps, and the next step is going to be a bunch of these 2 stacks. I've seen this pattern before. So there is a 2 stack of windows. That's going to go right here. Okay, the next page wasn't a bunch of 2 stacks of windows, but I know it's coming. Okay. Here we have another 2 stack. Maybe we're going to get the 2 stacks, 1 per page for a while. Or maybe it'll give us a whole bunch all at once later. At least it's giving us these little structural bits in between to break up the repetitiveness of the windows. Every big set has that one repetitive section that kind of gets annoying after a while, but at least this one's breaking up some of the action. So it doesn't get too repetitive all at once. I was looking for the incorrect color. That's why I couldn't find the piece I was looking for. Because I was looking for a piece that isn't in the set. I should probably pay a little more attention to what I'm doing. So it looks like we're going to alternate the window 2 stacks with structural column bits. Because as you can see, here's another one. This piece. Okay, our next pair of windows, and there's also some structural stuff going on here as well. Well, technically the windows are structural stuff because they make up the majority of this wall we're putting together here. that's on. More windows. And I am completely behind the instructions now. Okay, that one goes there. This one goes here. And then we do another window stack. And then we put up this brick here. We do another one of these things. More windows. Some more structural bits and more windows. This one will go here. And it looks like this is the last two stack of windows for this row, but I still have a bunch more windows in the parts pile. Looks like we're moving some efficiency now. We got an arch there on the far end of the Great Hall. We got that arch piece going on there. And now we have a big, huge window chunk here. That's going to involve 9 of these windows stacked up. So let me build the whole frame and then I'll put all the covers in and then we will go from there. It looks like that's going to round out this, most of the rest of this bag here is, looks like this is going to use up those last few window pieces. And now we just put all these frames, these window covers in. And that will do it for the windows, actually. We got through what was probably the most repetitive part of the whole day now, so that's good. We can keep moving forward now. And I'm just curious. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times 3 is 27, plus another 9 is 36. 36 of these windows in this bag. And it looks like this will sit behind the arch. Like this, giving the effect of big window assembly in the back there, giving that effect through the arch by attaching it behind like that. That's a nice effect. I like it. Now we can just keep going with these structural bits. And I think we're going to take a very quick stretch break after we finish this bag. Like, very quick. Okay, and then I just have to put in these bricks at the tops of these wall columns here. This is a structural thing, of course. You know, it's still very early in the day, much earlier than I thought it would be in the day at this point. And this set is coming together surprisingly quickly. So I think we are going to end up doing at least one of the small sets before we finish here tonight. And this will do it for the bag. Just want to see. So the next bag is going to give us another character. So I'm not going to spoil that just yet. Okay. So that finishes up that column like that. That's the inside of the Great Hall. And that's the outside so far. You can see it's got the distinctive shape now. Obviously, this side probably still needs a little work. Let me see from the back of the box if it shows that's... Actually, that's how it is on the castle. So this window grid is actually exposed like this on the back. It's a different shape on the inside, but that's cool because this is the entrance end, so nobody's going to be looking at that end. That's the end that's going to back up to the main tower, so that end will most likely be hidden anyway. It doesn't really detract all that much. It does clash a little bit, but when it's connected to the other big castle section, that area is probably going to be hidden behind stuff. So, but this front is looking good. It's got the distinctive look of the Great Hall there on the front. Yeah. I'm liking what I see so far. This is an epic set. And I'll leave you with the interior for a few minutes. Oh, you can see some studs and some places where things hang. I think that's where the 4 house flags are going to go. But here, I'll leave you with the interior. This open end is going to line up to the door in the courtyard. And then over here, we got the windows in the back. That's behind where the professor table is going to be. Over here. And then here's where we're going to have the long tables for the students. Alright. Let's take a very quick break. Let me do this, and you can kind of see the work in progress, and I will have bag 12 on standby back here, and yeah, let's take a quick break. And then we'll meet back up. We'll finish building up this section so we can add it onto this section. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back, so let's start. Let's clear the space so we can get back to working on the main Great Hall. I just put that up for some visual interest while I stepped away for a few minutes, but we are ready to continue. Let me bring the instructions back up. It's time to open bag 12, and bag 12 is going to give us Ron Weasley, Harry Potter's best friend. I want to keep the build on. Let's see what's the best way to do things. I know it's not the way I usually sit, but keeping the action on camera has been a little awkward today. So we'll do the best we can. Okay, let's put Ron Weasley together. And all the student characters for this set have the short legs, which means they're all first and second year younger students. There are some of the sets in the Castle line where they have the teen size legs. Smiley or the Scaredy Face. We're going to use the Smiley Face. Like I said, we're doing a neutral setting for today. There's one potentially scary moment for the characters in this set, but we'll worry about that when we get to it. Here's the first of several Ron Weasleys we're going to have running around our Hogwarts Castle project. It's not really focusing, but whatever. Now I did look at the character lists for the other sets. Ginny does make one appearance in the castle. Percy makes one appearance in the castle. Fred and George are strangely missing from the castle, but they're in other Wizarding World sets in the Harry Potter line. So if I ever decide to branch out from Hogwarts and do the rest of the Wizarding Worlds, like Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, then we'll see Fred and George and some of these other missing characters. For now, I think this is my best arrangement possible. Not perfect, but it'll have to do for now. So it looks like this bag, we're going to start to put up the roof structure of the Great Hall. And I went ahead during the break and I picked out some of the small sets that we might be getting to later, depending on the time. It's already going to be a longer stream than usual to build just this set, but I did say it was going to be a marathon all day thing. And it's earlier in the day than I thought it would be at this point. We still have several bags of build left to go on this one, though. So we'll see what time it actually is. I think we're doing at least one of the extra sets, and I'll see what time it is and see if I want to do another one after that. But I think we're going for at least one extra set. Oof, that's not good. Excuse me one moment. I'm having a little bit of a situation here. Sorry about that. Normally I won't interrupt in the middle of parts pile. I'll wait till between bags. But there is one health related situation where I take care of that first. Okay, we're going to do looks like an assembly here for the main chunk of the roof here. I think this is the piece I'm supposed to start with. So yeah, I'm fine. What happened was just a minor thing, but it was important to take care of and not wait on it. Let's make sure I'm using the correct pieces. We want the wide plates for this. Um, we just passed the 4-hour mark of stream. So, like I said, today it really doesn't matter because I was playing an all-day stream, so we could really... There's a lot of pieces of Hogwarts. We could keep this going as long as I can, especially because the small sets will require a bunch of regular length streams, and we do not actually have... this week, we have several... the days I would normally stream Lego, I already have other Lego commitments for. We have a special dated stream on Thursday, and like I said before, we're doing Mario Mondays for the next 3 weeks, so I can finish up my Mario build queue, and then we won't have any more Lego Mario after that. And I am building this incorrectly because at least I was only 3 of the 24 slope details in. Let's try that again. There's 24 of these little slope pieces I have to attach this step, so we'll be on this page for a little while. Now the other 2 big sections of the castle, those have significantly higher piece counts than this one, so I probably won't be doing too much supplemental stuff on those days. We'll probably have separate regular streams for the rest of that stuff. Okay, halfway done with the slope details. Now we need to go do another row of them. Okay, just a few more of those pieces now, and then I'm going to eyeball them to make sure they're straight enough, and then we will proceed. Okay, let me just... I'm just trying to make sure they're all straight so that they look good when the roof is put onto the building. So yeah, if this bag is just the roof and it doesn't look like there's a lot more pieces left here, Then the next bag will probably finish the interior details for the Great Hall. And then the last bag is probably the other room that the cover page for this instruction book showed. Okay. So we got a couple of connectors here to make here. So we have to make 4 of these connectors now. And try not to drop pieces while we're working with them. At least it didn't go on the floor that time. Let me put this where you can see it actually, because we're still working on this section here. Okay, one more of those connector sections. And now this whole section can attach to the top of the castle. Something's not lining up properly. Yeah, now it is. I just didn't have things pressed in all the way. And now we're building some internal supports to make sure the roof sits at the correct angle. And let me, since we're working on the main building again, let me move that over. And once again, I knocked a character onto the ground. 2 characters onto the ground. Let's rescue them real quick, and then we will move on. All right. We have this little support that we built, and we build 2 of those. We put one on this side, and these are going to be spare bits. It looks like I have 2 little pieces left for this bag. So it looks like these gray cloud pieces attach inside the roof on those suspended hinges that don't connect with anything. So it'll be interesting to see what they actually represent. Oh, you know what they represent? I forgot that the castle does this, but it does weather inside the Great Hall. It can rain and snow or be sunny inside the Great Hall. So these clouds are for the internal weather of the Great Hall. That's how they're suspended in there. Bag 13 gives us a very exciting character. This will be Hogwarts Headmaster, Professor Dumbledore. He has at least one more appearance in this modular castle. But it's cool that we get to see him on the first day of our castle project. He has a cool hat hair combo as well in the set. We do have another Dumbledore figure from the polybag we did the night we did the Triwizard Arrival when we were foreshadowing the Hogwarts project. But this is Dumbledore for real, as he appears, or as he will appear. And at least the Great Hall scenes for our big Hogwarts Castle. He also uses the dress piece for his wizard robe. Speaking of which, he has a long beard piece. So I'm going to show you, before I add the beard in his head, I'm going to show you his robe. That's what Dumbledore's robe looks like, because it's going to be covered over by the beard. There's some really fancy printing on it as well. I don't know, did the camera actually get that pattern? There's like gold swirlies all over the pattern. It's too bad it's going to mostly be covered up. Actually, the lower half isn't going to be covered up. And it continues the pattern. Anyway, let's keep building him up. Since the beard piece covers half of the head piece, it really doesn't matter which expression I use, because they're pretty much... He has smile and bigger smile. So it, in terms of what's actually going to be visible, the smile is covered by the beard. And the eyes are pretty much the same on both faces. So it really doesn't matter which face I choose, because he's going to look the same. And now I'm just going to find his hat piece. He's got a nice little wizard hat going on. There it is. And we need to find his wand. Wow, his hat just flicked off his head. Let me fix that. And here is the Dumbledore figure completed. Very classic wizarding look. Very classic wizard. We'll put him down here in the character lineup. Which means there's still 3 more characters after him before we finish this set. And only 3 more bags after the current one. Okay, let me turn this back the way so that I can see what I'm doing. Yeah. And we're not ready to, according to the instructions, the roof's not ready to be lowered onto its angle yet. So apparently we still have some structural work to do up here. Okay. Let's keep going. Okay, so we're building up some outer wall right now for the tops of these support sections. Okay. Okay. There's different connection points and different ways I can lay it out. So if my table proves not to be big enough for the official layout, I can still arrange it such to make it work most likely. But I think I'll be fine, seeing I need to see how much space on my table the 3 main sections take up, and then I'll be able to figure out if there's room for all the rest of the sections the way I want to do it. But I think it'll be okay. I'll have a nice Hogwarts Castle when this is all done. Okay, this section connects up behind this wall like this. And now we have a really big assembly for this section, starting with a little bit of a Technic frame. So after this bag, we just have the 3 little modular rooms that go in the foundations, the basement area that we built earlier. But we still have 3 more figures to reveal. And we have one sticker on this step. Let's go back to my sticker sheet. So this sticker is going to be the Hogwarts crest. Let me go ahead and get that on, and then I will show you the sticker after I apply it. Not bad. Got it pretty good on the first try. Not 100% perfect, but better than any sticker I've done so far today, so we're good. Now there's the Hogwarts crest sticker that we just put on. It's not focusing, but behind the H you can see, if it were to focus behind the H, you would be able to see the 4 house animals. Alright, back to building. We're going to get another sticker on this page, but not till the other step on this page. And then after that, there's only a few stickers left. Okay, so we're going to start with a piece that gets the sticker here. It's just another one of those brick detail stickers that we've done a few times today. There it is. That's what that looks like. And there is a red gem that sits in the ceiling of the Great Hall for some reason. I don't remember what the red gem represents, but it is a magical school, so maybe it's the crystal that controls the Great Hall weather. Maybe. I don't remember how all that works. I just remember it was a thing. These go there. And there is a little window piece here. And then we get two more little windows here. Not too bad on the windows here. There were only 3 of them this time. Not like the 36 we had before. So the windows we did this time, super easy, barely an inconvenience. Some more bracketing on the sides here. Okay, So now we gotta build up the other side of this. That one did not go to the floor when it slipped out of my hand, which is a good thing. There should be one more with the little slopes in my parts pile here. There it is. It was under the build. We're almost there with this top section. All right, so here's this top section of the tower now. That's the side with the Hogwarts crest. That's the side that's going to be the exterior, the outside. And we are going to line this up and attach it in here to the top of the Great Hall. And then, of course, the roof folds down over it and hides the Technic on the exterior side. And there's a very gentle slope to the roof there. And then we have these little, what are they called, spires, that go on the ends here of the roof, which will just about do it for this parts pile. And we can move on to the next bag. There's literally just 5 stickers left on the sticker sheet. One that looks like a marked up scroll of some kind, and then the 4 house flags. So yeah, that shows angle, putting the roof at its correct angle. And 14 and so it's, we do have some stuff to do in bag 14 before we attach this to the main unit. And I think I'm going to go ahead and say, yeah, that looks really nice from the outside and from the inside. I need to be able to see what I'm doing. Maybe if I angle it like this. So yeah, we got to put some, looks like we got to put some vegetables on the plates here for all the students to eat. Because it's time for a grand feast in the Great Hall. They have all sorts of school events and big feasts there for the students. Oh, I can see the tiles on which we're going to put the house banner flags. But I did, yeah, there is a piece that fell on the floor. If when I go through parts piles, I reveal portraits, I'm going to set them aside till the instructions call for them. And we will reveal each portrait when the instructions call for it. It looks like this is going to be the bag. This bag has, yeah, this is going to be the bag with our wizarding portraits for this set. So, and I read somewhere there's an issue with duplicates in this set specifically. So I found 4 of the 5 portraits in this parts pile. Maybe there's still one more outstanding in another parts pile, but we still have 2 more bags after this one. But for now, we have our 4 wizard portraits set aside right here, and we will reveal them when the instructions call for them. So this, so the instructions start with a chicken leg and 5 plates of vegetables. So the chicken leg goes on this plate here in the corner, which is, I think, meant to be the teacher's table. The funny thing is no one can actually sit. All the students in the all the students in this set have the short kid legs that don't bend, and all the professors have the robes with the dress pieces that don't bend. So nobody's actually sitting. Everyone's just standing at the feast. Now, like I said before, there are other sections of the castle where the kids have longer legs to reflect the passage of years as they grow up in the castle. But in this set, everyone has the kid legs. I mean, all the students have the kid legs. And the professors have the dresses. I shouldn't call them dresses. They're wizarding robes. I'm going to angle it like this, and so we can kind of... Yeah, if I do it like this, I can see what I'm doing fairly well, for right now at least. I may not be able to sustain it for all kinds of steps, but this will work for now. And you can see the inside a little bit from the camera. I can see the inside from the camera. This is probably the only point in the set where that's going to work out for us like this. Now, I don't know the names of the wizards on the wizarding portraits. Um, we have a pictographic checklist that I showed at the beginning of stream. That's what we're going to use to go over them. Also, I can't edit them in real time because my picture editor program did not does not show up on the studio. So it looks like between the vegetables, we also have some cupcakes or ice creams going on. Or you know what? Actually, little white caps. And I just dropped that one and do not see where it went. All I know is it didn't go off the there it is. These actually might be butterbeers. Because they have the foamy white caps. Usually that represents ice cream, but butterbeers are a popular drink in the wizarding world. So these very well could be butterbeers. And I can't really hold that up to the camera because they're so tiny. Yeah, you can't see the brown stud beneath, so I'll just keep going. So those are either cupcakes, ice creams, or butterbeers, depending on how you want to interpret it. I'm going to go with butterbeer because it is the wizarding world. And then we have some goblets. 6 gold ones and 4 silver ones laid out across the room. There's the silver ones. Let's put all the gold ones up now. Okay. One more cup, and then we can move on. Banner time. So yeah, I don't see the last portrait in this parts pile, so that must be in one of the other rooms. Let's go to the stickers. And I'm going to do all the stickers, and then I'm going to show them off as I'm attaching them. It's more efficient to just breeze through and do the stickers all at once. And they are banners, so this one it is important that I make them straight and centered. So it looks like the last two bags are going to give us our last three figures. And our last our last wizard portrait for this set. The sticker that I feel I did most perfectly is the one that represents the house I actually belong to. I've always been a Ravenclaw, and here is my Ravenclaw banner that we're about to put inside the Great Hall. So there's Ravenclaw. And I just turned the interior away again, trying to see how these line up. And then next we have the Slytherin banner next to that. That's the Slytherin banner. And then we have the Hufflepuff banner. And Hufflepuff is the house which actually gets the most representation in this section of the castle, because one of the rooms that we're putting into the basement is going to be the Hufflepuff Common Room. All four of the house common rooms are represented in the castle project as a whole, but in this set specifically, we get Hufflepuff. And then here is the Gryffindor banner. And that one will hang over here. And now let me just make sure I line these up all evenly. Yeah, that gap is supposed to be wider than the others. All right, so that's the Great Hall with all the banners hanging. And then we get 4 candles and 2 more of these little tower bits. So there's that. And I'm just going to attach the candles as I assemble them. Okay, and the candles are on these trans clear clip plates to give the illusion that they're actually flying in air like they do in the actual Hogwarts. That's pretty cool, actually. That's a cool effect that they... There's a lot of little details like that throughout the castle project as a whole, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. I think this is going to be a really fun couple of weeks for us on the channel. All right, 2 candles are in. We got 2 more candles to do. All right, one more candle. Okay, the candles are in. And now it wants me to work on the exterior a little bit, so I'll turn it a bit so I can see what I'm doing. Oh, I see what's going on here. This is going to take me a few moments. And there's no way I can turn this towards the camera and be able to work on it. This is one of those steps where I need it facing towards me. But basically we're putting up some more structural detail. We're done with structure. This is just detailing, shaping to make it look extra good and extra detailed. But when I finish doing this step, I'll turn it around and show you what we just did, because this is pretty cool. Almost there. With this step, I mean. There. And then I just gotta make it 10. So I still gotta stay with it facing me for a little bit longer while I finish up the shaping over here. So you guys can enjoy that interior for a little bit longer while I work on these bits that require me to be able to see what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm gonna say this is definitely a good, of the three main sections, they all have their merits and they're all equally fun. But this was a pretty good place to start the project. Am I missing a brick? I seem to be missing a brick. I don't see it under things. Did it roll on the floor while I wasn't paying attention? Yes, it did. And that just so happens to be the last one on that step. So now I can turn it around and I can show you. We basically finished the tops of the columns here along the edge of the roof there, fill in some shaping and detail. And this shows how this goes onto the base. But we still have a parts pile, so I'm going to wait a bit. I'm going to build this assembly, and then we'll bring the base back and we'll put both of these sections on. Okay, it does show that this big broom here, I'm supposed to hide inside the secret door. So we will set that over here so that it's ready for when I bring the other section back. And since we're about to build a new section, I'm actually going to take this one and set it aside until we're putting it back on. And now we're building the first of our basement rooms. And the basement rooms are designed such that they're meant to be slid out of the castle so you can swap them for other rooms. That's why it's a separate build. Part of why it's a separate build. The difference is that the separate rooms that are sold separately have their own walls, and so you can't really see them when you slide them in. Some of them at least, unless they have windows in the right places. And some of the rooms that come, the modular rooms that come in the main sections themselves, they don't have back walls because they use the back walls of whatever the model is. So they use the default structural walls. This allows them to be open when they're in the castle and you can see inside better. So this room, I think, is meant to be, yeah, this is going to be a little room that goes in the middle of the castle base, and is meant to be like a little portrait gallery corridor, I think. Like a little hallway, hidden hallway. We will, and like I said before, we will reveal the portraits when the instructions call for them. We have 4 for this assembly, which means there's still one more in another one of the remaining bags. Am I even on? I wasn't on camera, sorry. This will be an issue I think we'll deal with all 3 of the big builds. But for the regular length streams for the smaller sections, I think we'll be okay. I forgot the, all right, some more. We've just hit the 5-hour mark of stream, and yeah. I'm still good for another few hours if we can keep this castle going for a bit. I don't want to do too many of the small sections, but we can do 1 or 2 of them depending on the time. There's one for sure I want to do because it really goes with this section. Hi, looks like we have a chatter. Welcome to the stream. We are building the Hogwarts Great Hall, which is the first of we're going to be doing a multi-part series on this channel to build the whole Hogwarts Castle. There's about 18 sets in total that make up this castle, 3 big ones, this being the first of the 3 big ones that we're doing marathon weekend streams for, and then the smaller sets we're going to do as I have time over the next few weeks. So it looks like this little portrait gallery room is coming together quickly. Oh, I see how that goes. Where did I buy this? I bought this from Lego.com. Some of the smaller sets for the castle have already retired. The Great Hall is the first of the 3 really big sets you need to build the main sections of the castle. And this set is retiring during the summer. And then there's the 3rd really big section just released last week. So this is an ongoing project at at Lego. Why did I say Disney? I got Disney on my mind right now. I'm sorry. So the Great Hall is 200. The 2 other big sections, the main tower and East Wing, I think are 260 each. And then there's a whole bunch of other sections of the castle. Some retired and some that are still available at Lego at various prices. Small sets that you can put with the castle. There's a couple of them that have retired, however. But I have all the sets on my shelf. All the sets that are part of this castle, I got them. The retired ones I got from eBay or Bricklink. And the ones that are still available, I got from Lego itself. Alright, so now I have to put 8 of these little cat pieces on. And then pretty soon we'll be revealing the 4 collectible randomized wizard tiles. The Hogwarts Castle sets come with a series of randomized collectible wizard portraits, and there's 14 of them. And the castle as a whole, once I do all the sets, there's going to be, I think it's 27 total portraits. So we have a good chance of getting a full set, but we're not guaranteed a full set if we get a lot of duplicates. So we have, this set comes with 5 wizard portraits. Those are the first 4. The 5th one I think would be in another bag. And here's where we reveal our wizard portraits. So our little basement portrait corridor is complete except for the portraits. You can see in the instructions how the portraits are marked with question marks because they're randomized. So here is where I go onto my checklist page and we can see what I got so far. If I switch the screen here, we have our checklist page for the wizard portraits. And I'll come over here. Now I have a thing where I tally the. I'm gonna put tally marks by the portraits as we reveal each one, but that won't update in real time because my picture editor software does not show up in the studio. So I just have a static image in the studio, and I'll reload it after I do my edits. So let's see who my wizards are. We got the. We got this one. I need to go back to the camera so I can show them, and then I can go make those edits. So we got this witch, That's a cute portrait. I like that one. The 4 Hogwarts house founders are amongst the 14 portraits. I don't know the names of the other wizards and witches who are in the portrait series, but there's 14 different ones. We will reveal our second one. This witch with a broomstick kind of got a 30s aviator look going on there. We got this wizard. Sometimes my camera has trouble focusing. But we got this wizard. And we got this wizard. It's a cool assortment, and I like that they're all different. I read somewhere that in this set in particular, these the 4 tiles you get from this bag, there's a high percentage of duplicates in this bag in particular. So we got lucky. We got all different ones. So let me go mark these off real quick on the checklist, and then I will update the checklist in real time. So let's see, we got this one. Hash mark on this one. Hash mark on this one. And we got this one. Yeah, that guy. So I've just tallied the 4 portraits that we pulled. The first 4 portraits we pulled towards our Wizarding Portraits collection. I will save the image, and then I will switch back over to the checklist. The checklist image, and I can show off our progress. That wasn't supposed to happen. Hold on. I'm bugging out a little bit. That's why it wasn't working. Oh, shoot. That's not what I meant to do. Give me a moment. I messed up this. I'm trying to check these in real time, so or as close to real time as possible. Of course, it didn't save my changes. Let me fix that again real quick. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So now, if I pull up the checklist, in the image viewer, it comes out with my hash marks and I can show off our progress. So you can see here we got this one, this one, this one, and this one. I may pick a new color for the tally marks before the next stream, because this bottom row is fading a bit, but you can see now that we've updated the tally there. So let's go back to our instructions and we can continue on with the build. And this shows how you can close up the room to slide it into the castle. But first, before I do that, let's put our portraits on the wall. Now with these collectible wizards, they're basically showing up at whatever parts of the castle where you would expect to see wizard portraits. So I'm not making a dedicated all full collection corridor or anything like that. I'm just putting the wizard portraits wherever they show up in the instructions going to the castle, wherever portraits would go. But I'm still keeping track of the collection as a whole. I want to see if I get a full set. So here is the room fully open with the our first 4 wizarding portraits. And it'd be cool to collect some more. We have 19 more chances to collect the 10 remaining ones. So we got lucky that we got no duplicates in our first group. Now this little module is ready to slide into the castle. So let's bring the whole thing back into the stream. And that's going to actually be the end of this section of the instructions as well. So I will actually turn off the instructions so you can watch this part, because this is a full screen kind of build. So I'm going to turn this around and I'm going to take this room, and this room will slide in. And I just knocked one of the trees off the base. Let me fix that real quick. Alright. This room will slide in and peg in there. And we have our little secret little corridor, our little portrait corridor there. And now, of course, we take the Great Hall itself and we have to add that onto the castle foundation here. So we have to line this up with the other section and just make sure everything is lined up. And I just put it on the wrong way. So I gotta pull that section off. But it's only connected by a few studs. It's meant so you can take it apart for storage, I guess. But you would, once you set this in your display, you would never be, this part of the castle can only go on this part of the base. So what I actually have to do is I have to turn it around so the open end of the Great Hall lines up here with a doorway from the courtyard here. So what we do is now it's all lining up. And oh wow, with the Great Hall attached to the rockwork, you can see just how massive this section of the castle is. And you can get an idea of how big the project will be overall once I add the other sections. The other 2 main sections are even bigger than this one. And I have something that doesn't look like it's lining up properly. Give me a moment. I'm having a little bit of an issue here. I think there's a missing I think a plate fell off somewhere along the line. Yeah. I think I'm missing a structural piece somewhere. Give me a moment to look around and see if I can find it. Now, when I put things on the wrong way, did it come off with this? And I'm not seeing it on this piece. Yeah, I found the piece. It attached itself to the other corner opposite. So yeah, we're good. We're good. Now, when I come here and attach this, line this up to the doorway from the courtyard, like this, and press it on, and come around and just gently connect everything, and then boom, the castle section is attached properly. No missing structural issues. And boom. It's so big I can't even fit it on camera. And the next set we do is even taller than this one. So that's going to be interesting. I'll play with camera angles later, towards the end of stream. So we'll show you the portrait gallery one more time. And I'll just slide this into the back here. And I'll turn this around so you can see the interior of the Great Hall with the floating candles and the house banners and the feast laid out on the table. So yeah, and all those windows, man, that's a lot of windows. Oh yeah, and I'm supposed to hide the broom. One more little feature here in the front. This section of the wall here in the middle is a secret door. You can open it to reveal where the little portrait corridor is. And the instructions did say to hide the broom in there inside the tower like that. So that's our little secret escape door. And then you can close that up. And it once again blends into the rest of the Great Hall. We're going to bring our instructions back up because we still have 2 more bags in the set, which are the last 2 rooms for the little basement area. And it looks like the rooms in the basement don't actually stay in place. They slide out easily, which is, well, they're meant to do that because they're meant to be swapped. So it looks like we're going to get 2 figures in bag 15. So bag 15 is going to be the troll bathroom, based on this image here. The Hogwarts Castle project as a whole is going to include a lot of magical creatures. And we start off strong in this set with the bathroom troll. I accidentally knocked two pieces onto the floor while opening that bag. So that was a little sloppy on my part. So there's two different sizes of modular rooms that you can slide into the big sections. The portrait corridor represents a small room, and the bathroom and the other room we're going to do in the next bag, the last bag, represent the big size room. But actually, before I get started, I want to take a quick stretch. So give me a few minutes. I'll be, well, not even minutes. I'll just be a moment. Okay, I'm back. Let's get right into the troll bathroom now. This bag starts by giving us Hermione. First year Hermione with the kid legs. So yes, this set does contain the whole trio. And since I'm mostly setting up the figures for... I know there's a troll in this bathroom, but I'm setting out all the figures with their standard everyday expressions, because who knows where I'm going to put the troll in the actual full display. It may not stay in this bathroom. Oh, and I need to get her wand. And there is the Hermione figure. Again, it's having trouble focusing, but there's going to be a lot of Harry's, Ron's, Hermione's, and Draco's and Neville's running around this castle when we complete it, because they're in a lot of the sets. Okay, so we've just added Hermione to our character lineup here. And now we have the Troll Big Fig, the first of many magical creatures that's going to be running around the Hogwarts project. So we have to take this big body and we have to put in these axle pins to attach the arms. I don't have a lot of big fig. I have a massive Lego collection, but I really don't have a lot of big fig type pieces. I do have a Hulk in one of my Marvel Avengers sets, and I do have the Rancor from Star Wars. But other than that, I think this is like my third big fig. Unless you count the dinosaurs from Jurassic, I have a couple of those. But yeah, I really don't have a lot of big figs. So it's cool to get this one. And he has the big Hulk hands going into his big arms there. And here is our troll, mountain troll, first of many magical creatures that's going to be running around Hogwarts. But I think this is the only one that's in this particular set. I do not see our last wizard portrait tile, so we're going to keep going with the build. That the last wizard portrait might be in the final bag. Because there's one more room we build after this one. So it looks like we're building a club for the troll right now, a club weapon. Which is about cliche for trolls, I guess. Let me make sure I got all that. At this point, I just want to keep the big build on the table and work around it because that thing is a hassle to lift. It's heavy and it's bulky, and I don't want to move it until after stream if I don't have to. Like slight shifts and turning it is okay if I don't have to like lift it all the way up, but and I'll definitely need to move it into a better position at the end of stream when we do our raid out when we set up our raid out display. So now we give the troll his big smashy weapon. He's having trouble holding it, I see. There isn't really a connection point. Does it go in this hand maybe? Does it stay better? No. Maybe if I... Oh, there we go. We snapped it in. He's fine. So Troll's holding his smashy weapon now. Smashy, smashy weapon. There's our bathroom troll. And we will put him with the character lineup. And now we will proceed with building the actual bathroom. There is still one sticker on the sticker sheet, but only one. One more sticker left for this set. Now, all of the big sets have sticker sheets. Some of the small sets have them and some of them don't. And I don't remember which ones do or not, so we'll just have to feel them out as we go through the small sets, I guess. But that's a matter for another session. Oof. The lights are flickering a bit. That's not a good sign. The weather's good today, so I'm not sure what's going on. If the computer resets itself, then I'll come right back to stream, because the set's not done yet. I can hear the weather picking up outside. So yeah, we are actually in for some poor weather now. But like I said, if the computer resets itself, it'll take about 20 minutes to reboot, but I'm going to come right back and finish the stream. I don't leave unfinished sets on stream, with some exceptions. One big exception coming in August. I have a special set I'm doing that's going to be 4 streams to build it. That'll be after I finish the Hogwarts project. We have been working on Great Hall for 5.5 hours so far, which feels like a long time, but it's a lot earlier also. I mean, obviously we still have to finish these last 2 rooms, so we still got a ways to go on this one. It looks like we might only be doing 1 small bonus set, but there's one set I really want to do with this one because it complements this one and is actually part of this section of the castle. So we will be doing 1 of the small sets after we finish this one, but I'll probably switch to a 1 table format for that one so I don't have to move the castle too much. Since the rooms that come with the big sections display better than the other modular rooms that actually have their own dedicated walls, what will probably happen is I'll probably display those classrooms along the back side of the castle where it's open, and not worry about trying to slide them into the castle sections themselves. There's different ways I can do the display when it comes to sections that are interior only. Since the castle model as a whole is designed with exteriors around about 240 degrees and then interiors around like 120 degrees, so we can work with the different classrooms and line them along the back where they won't be seen from the exterior side of the display. There's options for how to do the classrooms. little bit off camera there. Sorry about that. I'm just curious about something. The troll barely fits down there. Like, you have to lower his arm in order to get him to go into the basement of the castle there. Okay. Oh, let's not skip pieces. So what we're doing now is we're tiling and smoothing off the floor, giving it a more polished appearance like Lego does on the bigger models. Leaving some studs on the floor, of course, for posing figures and further assembly. I have a feeling this isn't the only bathroom we're going to see in Hogwarts Castle, because one of the other sections actually... I don't want to spoil future streams, so I think there's going to be at least one more bathroom before we're done with this project. But this is the only bathroom for today. Cool. Looks like we got a little bit of a sink going on with water, or plastic water, of course. It's Lego. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Wow. The bathroom was mostly off camera. Sorry. Okay. Okay. Okay, so not a lot of parts left. We're almost done with the bathroom here. Okay, so that wasn't a sink. That's actually a toilet because this is a stall door. Very clearly a stall door there. And look, we're starting a leaking water pattern over here. This is where the troll damaged the bathroom plumbing. You can see there the water tiles that we're putting on the bathroom floor. I just accidentally knocked more pieces onto the floor because that's what happens at random times when I stream Lego. Okay, I see what's going on here. So these are the sinks up here that we're building. The one on this side is still a functional sink. The one on the other side has been smashed up by the troll, and so its pipes are leaking all over the floor. That's what's going on with this build. And now is when we do the shiny stickers on the sticker sheet that came bent up. The bathroom mirrors. That's what the bathroom mirror looks like. And it's actually very shiny and reflective. It's not really coming out on camera, but you can see the light hitting against it. Wow, I just made a solar flare effect. Nice. Cool. Okay, I'm not trying to blind my viewers. Alright, I have to make the mirror for the other side of the bathroom now. And actually, the mirror stickers themselves came out okay. It's just the sheet that's bent up around them. But that's not really an evidence on the mirrors themselves. So there's that sticker sheet now empty. And you can see the sticker sheet also is reflecting what I really need to stop doing that and focus on the build here. Okay, and that does it for the bathroom. So here you can see the bathroom, and we can open it up for a little bit of a closer view. You can see on this side the sink is intact, and on this side you can see the sink's been smashed, leaving the pipes free to leak water all over the floor there. There's also the stall here, which it's designed so you can easily pull off these bits and have the stall smashed, so whoever's sitting in the bathroom is in for a nasty surprise. Let's put those back together, and I'll slide it into the castle so we can build the final room here. Which is going to be bag 16. And bag 16 is also going to give us one final character. So I'm just going to slide that room, the bathroom, into the castle there. Final bag of the Great Hall set here. Oh, and I can see in the picture we do get a mystery, one of the wizard portraits, because I can see the tile shape and the question mark. Again, when I see it in the parts pile, I'm going to flip it over, cover it over. I'm not going to reveal it until the instructions call to add it. So I see the tile. It's already face down. I'm going to set it aside right there next to our brick separator. And when the instructions say to add it, we will go ahead and flip it over and see who we got. Yes, this is the Hogwarts Great Hall. It's part of the modular Hogwarts Castle. And over the next few weeks, I'll be doing the whole Hogwarts Castle. There's 3 really big sets. This is one of the 3. And then there's about a dozen smaller sets to add to the building and the Hogwarts grounds. So we're actually in the last bag of the castle itself. But after this, there's one of the smaller sets that actually goes with this set. So I am gonna go ahead and do a bonus build when I finish the Great Hall. But I need to keep this space free so that I can build this last bag, because this is the last room for this section of the castle. So if you want to see what we've done so far, I'll be doing a 360 on the castle when we finish this last room. And it looks like this last room is going to start with our final figure, our Hufflepuff student. And our Hufflepuff student, according to the box, is named Leanne. No last name given, which is weird because most of the Wizarding World characters have last names. So I don't know why Leanne does not have a last name, but it's cool. And she is the representative for Hufflepuff House for the set. And this room, this last room that we're building, which is going to go on the second large room slot in the Great Hall basement, is this is actually going to be the Hufflepuff Common Room. The Hogwarts project as a whole does include all 4 of the house common rooms. But today, this set just has Hufflepuff. And then Gryffindor and Slytherin are in the 2 other big sections. And Ravenclaw is in the largest of the medium sections. So we need to give Leanne her wand. And then we will be done with our character lineup for this set. So here is Leanne, our Hufflepuff student for today. And let me just reach behind the castle here and get her into the character lineup, if I can reach back there. And I'll turn things around a bit and you can see. There's no more characters to be added, so I can just pick an angle, reset the characters. Alright, so this is the Great Hall. This was the first of the 3 biggest sets released. And this one's retiring during the summer. The third big section just released last week. And the second section is not on the retirement list for this year. So the main tower and the east wing, you still got time. But if you want to build the whole castle, you need this set, and it's retiring this summer. Now, as for the retired sets, the Forbidden Forest Magical Creatures set and the Draco Polybag that came out with it, and Aragog, they have retired. Hagrid's Hut has retired. The Boathouse and Owlery and Potions class. There is a new Potions class from Cauldron. That's not part of the system. That's kind of one of the standalone gimmick sets. And the Room of Requirement was a GWP, but it's not that expensive on the aftermarket. I think that's all the retired ones. And this one, of course, is retiring. But if you want to take your chances, LEGO is offering double points at the end of this month. I think that starts on the 19th or the 20th to get double points. And this is a $200 set, so if you want to go all in, you'll get a lot of points. Alright, let's go ahead and build the Hufflepuff Common Room here, which is the final room on this, this first set for today. And I'm going to go ahead and do one of the small sets after this. In addition to the Hogwarts Castle, a few weeks ago I streamed, and I have VODs of all my past streams on my YouTube channel of the same name. But I did the Triwizard Tournament Arrival featuring the Durmstrang ship and Bobaton's carriage. Fun, nice fun set. And if there's room on my table, I want to display the Arrival as part of my Hogwarts layout, but I honestly, after seeing the set, don't think there will be room on my table, so we'll see. There are no rumors right now about what may be left in the pipeline. So far, there hasn't been a new Hogwarts Express since this version of the castle started. There's been a few older versions of the Hogwarts Express on the old modular castles. There have been 2 or 3 versions of modular Hogwarts so far, but this is the biggest one that they're doing. In addition to the Hogwarts Express being missing from this project so far, there's no Quidditch field associated with this version of the Hogwarts Castle so far, and there's also a few castle buildings that have not been released yet. So we'll have to wait and see what they bring out. There's rumors that this might be it because they finished all 4 of the House Common Rooms. There's also rumors that we might get one more section because there is a one of the castle wall sections doesn't actually attach to any of the currently available units. So we will see if there's any more left on this project. But I definitely think, even though the Quidditch field is missing, there is one set that does include a closet of Quidditch supplies. So Quidditch is slightly represented, but not in the but not fully. So we will need to, at the very least, if they decide to end the castle line before doing the Quidditch field, I'll probably get one of the old Quidditch sets and integrate it that way. And same for the Hogwarts Express. I definitely want to have the Hogwarts Express as part of my display at some point in the future. I also got a few of the brick-built creatures to be part of my display. Um, those I won't be building probably until after I finish the actual castle sections. Why is my phone ringing during stream? Oh, they can wait. I'm streaming. So this tile right here that's turned over, this is one of the random collectible wizarding portraits. I do have a tracker for those as we go through this project. So when the instructions say to put the portrait on the wall, we will reveal which wizarding portrait we got, and I will mark it on my tracker. Yeah, the Aragog set is actually the one set I don't have in hand yet. It's somewhere in the mail system. But because I'm doing the 4 Forbidden Forest sets together as a single stream, because they're all small sets, um, I don't really care that I don't have it yet, because I will be getting it soon, and the Forbidden Forest is going to be part of my layout. Even though Aragog, the magical creatures, and the polybag have all retired, there's a new section using the same design for the Forbidden Forest, featuring the Patronus scene. So there's and it's another small set, so there's going to be 4. I'm going to do the Forbidden Forest as a stream. I also have a large and growing Lego Star Wars collection, and I just put in pre-orders for the new Smart Play Pokemon stuff coming out in a couple months. And in addition to all that, well, my Lego collection's been growing a lot over the past 2 years, because I've been getting better at budgeting for Lego. I don't do much entertainment now. I save most of my entertainment budget for Lego. Okay. So yeah, Hufflepuff Common Room is what we're doing right now. All 4 common rooms are part of the castle system as a whole. Hufflepuff in the Great Hall. Gryffindor is in the main tower. Ravenclaw is in the hospital wing, which is smaller than the other main sets. And then Slytherin is in the new East Wing, which just came out last week. I'm having so much trouble getting this whole set onto camera. I can't imagine what the towers are going to be like. I mean, they're even taller than this set. That'll be a problem that I guess I'll have to figure out when I'm actually doing it. Okay, where is that piece in my parts pile? There it is. It was buried under another piece. Okay. Oof. Did I put that facing? I put that facing the wrong way. That's how that's supposed to go. I think it's supposed to be a fireplace because we're putting flame pieces behind it. Yeah. Normally, for most sets I do, one of these tray tables suffices, but once in a while I'll do a bigger many-hour set, and I'll need both tables. Typically, I do one for the build and one table for the parts pile, but for most streams, just the one table is enough. So the Hogwarts is my project for this month. I'll be working on it the next couple weeks. But this week, I think this is the only Hogwarts stream I get to do this week because they're not making the tabletop interactive Mario anymore, and so I want to complete my last three big Mario sets so that I can get my boxes reorganized. So I'm doing Mario Mondays for the next 3 weeks to finish my Mario collection. And then I have another stream that I have another Lego specifically dated for this week. So, well, probably after tonight, I probably won't be able to hit Hogwarts again until next weekend when I do the second big set. The big sets are reserved for weekends because they're all-day builds. So yeah, I'm definitely going to go ahead and do one of the smaller sets after this. But I am going to take a break before we start that. Never underestimate the importance of good health breaks during long streams. Health is more important than streaming, so if you want to keep your stream going on marathon length, you gotta take regular health breaks. So I time those between parts piles, between sections. I try not to do breaks while I have a parts pile in front of me, but between bags. Um, so we're gonna finish our little Hufflepuff room here, and then I will go take a break. And since we're doing a little assembly now, I'll turn this around so you can see what we've got so far. Basically, we've got this little fireplace going on the back, and we don't have much of the interior decoration and furniture just yet. But I do think it's cool that they included in this project all 4 of the common rooms. I usually only stream for like 2 to 3 hours at a time too. Most sets fall within that range for me. But sometimes I do big marathon sets like this that take a longer time. My entire stream history is available on my YouTube channel of the same name if you're interested in seeing some of the other projects I've done. I'm technically a variety streamer. I've done some gaming in the past. In years past, I've done music and art. But the last couple of years, I've mainly been doing mostly Lego. I do have some gaming content, but this year's pretty much all been Lego. I have like 2 game streams this year so far, maybe 3. And it's time to reveal our wizarding portrait. You can see in the instructions there the question mark. And we got this one, this witch. And I'll go ahead and show you the ones we got earlier as well, because they're still accessible. The first of the little modular rooms they give you for the Great Hall basement is this little portrait gallery, and this bag came with 4 portraits. So as you can see, we do not, first set, 5 tiles in, no duplicates yet. We're on a roll, but let's not get too excited because we've only got 27 total tiles across all the sets to collect a complete set of 14. So this is the new one we just got. And now let me go into the tracker and I will update my tally real quick. So this witch is the actually that's a silver crown. This one might actually be Mrs. Ravenclaw. I'll have to check that after stream. I don't know the names of these tiles, so I will have to confirm that when I look up the tiles after stream to do my inventory. And actually, the set that I'm doing has at least 1 more. So I think it's pretty cool that we got no duplicates here, because I've been reading a lot about this set in particular tends to give you duplicates. More so than the other multiple portrait sets. But yeah, let me go ahead and mark my tally here. And I will go ahead and I will show off where we are on the portraits. Let me go ahead and load our portrait guide. The new tally is on. I will show off our little checklist. And yeah, you can see the purple marks. I'm doing them as tally marks, and that way I don't have to keep erasing and putting in new numbers. I'm just going to do a hash mark for each copy we get. So you can see we got this one, this one, this one, this one, and now this one on the bottom row. You can hardly see the tally. So I'm probably gonna pick a different color and change the colors after stream to pick something that's a little bit easier to see across all gradients here for the rest of the streams. But for now, this is the color I got to work with for tonight because I don't want to take too much time on the checklist. So 5 out of 14. We had a good run on our first set. We're over a third of the way there. So let me pull the instructions back up, and I will attach this portrait to the assembly where it goes. Now, I'm not making a separate portrait gallery room that a lot of people are doing. I'm just putting the portraits where the instructions tell me to do so, wherever you would expect to see a wizard's portrait somewhere. If this is the Ravenclaw tile, I'm probably going to go in after I get the Hufflepuff tile and swap this one into the Ravenclaw Common Room. If each Common Room has one tile in it, then I get a full set. Then I'm going to try and line up all of the wizards so that the Common Rooms have their founders. Because right now it's really funny. If this is in fact the Ravenclaw tile, it's funny to see it as the random portrait that we get with the Hufflepuff room. So as I collect the wizard tiles, I will swap the Common Room ones, but I'll probably leave the other portraits with wherever they end up. So looks like this goes around the fireplace.
I need to talk.
You can wait till after stream.
No, I can't. Number one.
Hold on, your microphone's on. Give me a moment. So anyway, sorry about that. That's just family taking dinner order. That's all that was. So this portrait goes over the fireplace. And actually, because I think this is the Ravenclaw tile, I'm going to swap this out with one of the other ones I already got from the portrait haul. For now, I just don't want to have mismatched house portraits. So we'll just do... I'm going to put this generic sleeping witch over the fireplace. And Ravenclaw can... Again, I don't know for sure that this is the Ravenclaw tile. I know the house founders have tiles. I think this is the Ravenclaw tile, but I'm not 100% sure. But I'm going to... I want the house common rooms to, if they don't have their founders, to just have some of the random generic witches and wizards. So Ravenclaw is... The maybe Ravenclaw tile is no longer over the Hufflepuff fireplace. We just have the generic sleeping witch now. And if I get the Hufflepuff tile later, we can swap her in. Meanwhile, back to building the common room. And that little bit of a storm, lights flickering we had earlier, that seems to have passed entirely without event. I was prepared to, if we had had a power flicker that reset the computer, I would have done the reboot and come back into stream thing, but didn't need to. We just have continuous air. And that's a good thing. So those bits are in. So yeah, we're doing Mario Mondays for the next 3 weeks, and then I won't have any more Mario sets left in the build queue because I will have completed. Well, I'm not technically completionist on the Mario sets, but I got all the level packs. I didn't get the big statue sets, and I didn't get the starter set remakes because I already had the figures from the first run of starter sets. And the remakes were a lot of redundant stuff, so I didn't do the remake starter sets. So I'm not technically a 100% completionist on the Mario, but I am when it comes to the level packs. But I just want to finish that up because Lego's not making them anymore. And so once I finish reorganizing my boxes, I'll be done with it. I won't have to worry about it anymore. I simultaneously record to the computer and stream to Twitch. I used to just stream to Twitch and then download the VOD after stream, but I had some issues with that, so I now simultaneously record to the computer and download and stream to Twitch, and then I use actually my recordings for what I upload to YouTube. I don't do the Twitch VODs anymore. So yeah, as I collect the wizard portraits, I definitely want to put the house founders in the 4 common rooms, even if it means swapping stuff around. I put these in the wrong place. They're supposed to be on the corners. Otherwise, they don't line up with the floor studs properly. So, yeah. I do sometimes get Lego that I don't do on stream. It's always good to have a few sets that you don't have to worry about videoing. I've done a few big sets that way. I did the Enterprise that way and a couple other big things. Actually, my first couple Harry Potter sets were non-stream builds. A few years ago, they did the Hogwarts House banners, and I did the 4 of them off-stream. This is actually only my second on-stream Harry Potter. So prior to deciding to do the big modular Hogwarts Castle, I only had the 4 Hogwarts House banners, and I had a Grindelwald set from Fantastic Beasts. And that's all I had for the Wizarding World. But once I decided to do the modular Hogwarts Castle, got a good bonus at work, so decided to go all in on this project. And I work from home part-time, but got a nice bonus, so here we are. And I've got other big stuff too. Lots of VIP discount points saved up. Oh, that's a nice couch. Hufflepuff Common Room's getting this nice couch. Yeah. My collection's over 300 sets. There, I have several playlists on my YouTube. There's a general Lego playlist, and then before I got my job a couple years ago, I did computer Lego before I could afford a real collection, and so there's some of that in the past. But it's been a long time since I did computer Lego. Haven't needed it with the real stuff. Time for the final sticker of the set. It looks like somebody's sketches, like a mystery sketch or something. So, or maybe a classroom assignment. Here is the final sticker of the set. It's going to go onto this table. It's either someone's homework assignment or someone's cooking up some kind of weird magic spell for an adventure. And as is tradition on this channel, once we place the last sticker, I show the empty sticker sheet. This set actually had 2 sticker sheets because there were stickers, there were shiny stickers for the bathroom mirrors there. You can see the bathroom mirrors, how shiny they are and reflective. So there was a mirror sticker sheet just for those 2 little mirrors in the troll bathroom. Alright, let's finish up with Hufflepuff now. And then I will take a quick break and we will go get this stuff for... I'm doing one of the small sets, but I think I'm only doing... There were 2 I was thinking about doing tonight, and I think I'm just doing the one, since I've already been streaming about 6.5 hours. And the other set's gonna be about another hour, so I don't usually do long marathons like this, so I think we're just doing one more. And I'm still doing that one because it's a set that's meant to attach directly to this one. So it makes sense to do that one specifically. So here's a little, I think that's supposed to represent a butterbeer. And either a butterbeer, an ice cream, or a cupcake. And then also looks like a little jar of ink on the other side there by the sketch. And there you can see our Hufflepuff student hanging out. And there's 2 tiles here that I do not see where... oh, I see where the tiles go in. I forgot to place 2 tiles. Let me go ahead and put them in front of the fireplace real quick. Oh, and they're supposed to be put in before I put this little facade section around, so otherwise you won't be able to squeeze them in past the studs. So I think we'll do the other set, and then we'll see what time it is and how I feel before deciding if I want to do one more small set after that. But we're definitely going to go on and do the one more. So Hufflepuff House is now done, and with it, the Great Hall is officially done. The first big section, the first of the 3 big sections of the castle is now officially done. Let me, that'll slide into the basement there. And yeah, that's the end of the instructions. So let me go ahead and turn off the instructions, and we can take a quick look at the castle, or at the Great Hall as a whole. And these modular classrooms like to slide out. So what I'm actually going to do is, because these classrooms like to slide out as I move them, they don't lock into place. I'm just going to take the classrooms out, and then we can look at the castle, and we can look at the classrooms, and then I'll slide them back in. I'll try my best not to disturb the figure lineup. So here you can see the foundational rock work and the front of the... I'll try and get a better camera angle shortly, but there is this center section of the rock here. This can actually, if I can get it to go, this actually opens up. It's a secret door in the rock work, and you can see a broom hiding inside the little bit of the tower there. There's a getaway broom, so there's a little secret door in the side of the rock. This staircase, this is where the other set I'm doing tonight is attaches in the actual full layout, and that's why I want to do that set tonight, because there's one little set that goes right there on the staircase. And now maybe I can... Yeah, the Boathouse set. I have all the sets in hand except Aragog, so technically I can do whatever I want tonight if I want to keep this going all night. Let's see, maybe if I do it like this, yeah, you can see the roof if I do it like this, but that's getting it way away from the... I have an idea. I don't normally do face cam on this channel, but there is a face cam that I use for when I do karaoke. And it's angled up, so maybe if I switch to that camera, yeah, now you're seeing the castle roof and a little bit of face cam. So this camera may not be sufficient for when we do the big towers next week, but there we go. Now you can kind of see the whole thing ish. I need two hands to adjust this camera to where it needs to be to see Hogwarts. Yeah, that's pretty cool. It's pretty cool that I can use this camera to see almost the whole thing. Because my table cam is iffy. And my table cam I actually can't adjust the angle on because the base broke and I have it taped into place. So we're going to lose the very top of the tower once I turn things around, but I can't get it to sit exactly in the sweet spot. But what I can do, now that we know that that camera works, is I can pull this back. And you can see almost the whole thing except the top of the central tower there. And now, so that's the exterior. We have the little courtyard area here with the little clock, the opening doors. You can't really see from this angle that the doors have opened, but they did. You can see all those windows, lots of windows on this set. And then we'll turn it around, and you can see inside the Great Hall. You can see the tables are lined up for a feast. You got your house flags in the back, your levitating candles, your indoor rain clouds. Very nice interior. You can see the open spaces in the basement for the modular rooms. So here is the portrait corridor. Which of course slides into the middle section. So there's two of the big classroom modular slots and one of the little classroom modular slots in this set. And the other big sets also have some more slots for swappable rooms. I'm not sure why it's not sliding in now. Do I have something out of place? Did something become misaligned somehow? Well, we have the troll bathroom. And you can see we have the functional sink on one side, and then the smashed sink with which leaked water all over the floor on that side. And the bathroom stall, of course, can be smashed. And that goes in. That one slid in just fine, so I'm not sure what's going on with the I'm not sure what's going on with the portraits here. It's stuck on something. It's getting caught on something. These little bars on the columns on the back, these 4 bars are attachment points for the tower set. So they don't do anything tonight. But they will next week. Obviously, I won't be able to get all of the big sets on camera at the same time. I'm trying to figure out why this room is not going in. Meanwhile, we didn't do a full close-up of the Hufflepuff room, so fireplace in the back, portrait over the fireplace. You have a little table in the middle with a snack, or maybe that's a butterbeer, or a cupcake, or an ice cream. You have that sketch or that homework assignment, whatever that is. There's a nice sofa going on there. Nice little Hufflepuff common room there. And this side is sliding in without issue too, so I'm not sure what the issue is. It's getting caught on something on the inside there. Oh, you know what the issue is? I was trying to put it in backwards. It slides in just fine. Yeah, that was a me problem. That was not an assembly problem. That was a me problem. Alright, I'm going to take a quick break. Would you rather I show the exterior or the interior during my break? It's your choice. Alright, so we'll leave it here. Actually, let me show it from this angle so you can get the courtyard tower clock in there. And when I come back, we'll do the boathouse, which attaches down at the bottom of those stairs. And I will switch back to the other camera. Actually, this camera will suffice for building now that this is in the view. But I do lose the character lineup with this camera. We're going back to the build cam for the actual build, I think. Okay, I'm back. Let's adjust some camera work and table space to make room for working on the boathouse here. Oh, so I am at just about the 7-hour mark of stream. So I think the boathouse will be it for tonight. Oh, I'm knocking over the character lineup again. Let me switch the cameras back. Before we get into getting the instructions back on screen, I got to show off the box because I always do before a set. So here is the front of the Boathouse. You can see it comes with McGonagall and 4 first-year students. This is one of 2 sets that features Hogwarts students without a house badge on their robes. And the back of the box does say that we're going to get 1 of the collectible portraits in this set. So we're going to be 6 deep out of 27 pools when we finish tonight. We get 2 boats, 2 students in each boat. This is before the sorting hat ceremony, so they don't have house badges yet. And this is one of only 2 sets where you can get the robes without the house badges. And then, of course, we have the Boathouse. And since I show the back of the box as part of the show off, here it is. Here's what the back of the box looks like. Again, it shows that we get 1 collectible portrait in this set. So I have to go into my file folder and just prep the instructions and get the instructions ready to go, because I did not know if I would have time for any of the small sets afterwards. So most likely this is the last one. There's another small one that I really wanted to do tonight because it also matches up with the Great Hall, but let's see how we feel after this one. I really think this will be it for tonight. Let me just look at that one real quick. Yeah. Although that one also has a mystery portrait in it. And we could hit the halfway point if we continue dodging duplicates, if we do that one after this one. But I really think we're done after the Boathouse. But let's go ahead and crack open the Boathouse and get going with this build. And this one is a smaller set, and I don't think, yeah, this one does not look like it comes with a separator, which is okay because we still have this one from the big set. I always try to keep a separator accessible. I am not seeing a sticker sheet. Not all the small sets, but some of them do have sticker sheets, but not all of them. There's the paper book, and we can just swap that out now for the PDF instructions. And I'm actually going to take the PDF instructions and cover the castle for a little bit so that we can focus down on the Boathouse, on this area in front, this vague area in front of the castle. The figures for this set, I'm going to start the lineup probably in the middle of this table. We have 3 numbered bags. We'll set 2 and 3 off to the side and let us get into the instructions now. And I know this is a vertical format book, but I don't feel like scrambling with the gray bars right now, so let's just get right into it. Time to open bag 1. So yeah, my longest stream ever was 9 hours. But my second longest stream ever was about 6.5. So this is now officially my second longest stream ever. But both of the remaining big sets have piece counts that are considerably higher than the Great Hall. So I think those are, I'm going to smash my record even without doing additional sets on those days. Again, when I dump parts, when I see that collectible tile, I'm going to turn it face down and do the reveal when the instructions put it on the model. So that's how we're going to do the collectible portraits. That's how I'm doing them on this series. So we're going to start with 2 characters, and of course they have the same houseless uniform, and of course being unsorted, their first years with the short legs again. But this Harry Potter is different from the Harry Potter. Even though he is a first year with short legs, this Harry Potter figure is different from the one in the Great Hall because he is the... Alright, so we have a nervous face and a smiley face. And they're excited to be going to Hogwarts, so I'm going to give them all the smileys, I think, for this set. Let's find Harry's hairpiece. And they actually, looks like they're actually using wands from the same floater. It looks like they're sharing the 2 wands on a floater. So that's one floater which does not have a wand going to waste, thankfully. So I'll go ahead and pull both wands out. So this first figure, so yeah, I'm planning to do the Dungeons & Dragons Castle as a 4-day stream because it comes with 4 instruction books. Instruction book 1 is the tavern where the adventure starts. Then you have the adventure zone. Then the 3rd book is the castle tower. And then the 4th book is the Red Dragon. So I'm going to do that as a 4-stream series over the course of a week. So there's our houseless Harry Potter getting ready to take the boats into Hogwarts. And we will start this character lineup. Let's not waste camera space if we can help it. We'll start this character lineup over here. And now we have a second figure in this bag. And this student is... This student's name, I should have looked this up before I opened this. Dean Thomas. So the second student in this bag is Dean Thomas. And I've taken note of who the other characters are in this as well. So we are good on that front. So we need to find his hairpiece. And then we can give him the wand after we find it. There's his hair. And let's give him a wand. So I think what it is that if you start a new bag, you get a new wand floater, because every character in the previous set had their own floater with 2 wands, and there was only 1 character in any given bag. Whereas with this set, we have 2 characters in this first bag, and they share a floater. So I think that's how they pack the wands, for efficiency and for making the instructions less confusing. If you're going into a new bag, they just give you a new part. So that's Dean Thomas without a badge. And we will sit him here with Harry Potter and begin the build. So the first build is a boat. And we actually get 2 total boats in this set. And I like how it's a brick-built boat, and they're not just using the molded, the classic molded boat that you see all the time in City. I like how this is a brick-built. I mean, I like that classic boat mold. It's just that it gives by making it brick built, it gives this boat a little more character and personality. I like brick builds. I mean, whether I prefer Lego pieces to be brick built or molded totally depends on the situation, of course. Like the molded wings for Maleficent Dragon totally work, and the rest of the dragon is brick built. Um, the Jurassic dinosaurs, I like the aesthetic they have going on, but I like how they switch it up and give us a brick built dinosaur once in a while. Um, I do have a bit of Jurassic going on in my collection. You can see some of that on my channel. I do have a lot of Jurassic in my build queue right now, so I have no idea when I'm getting to it. Some of the boxes in my build queue predate the move, which was all the way back during the holiday season. So, yeah, the Durmstrang ship Bobaton's carriage set that I did a couple of weeks ago, that had been sitting in my build queue since last October. So, yeah, some sets just sit and wait for a while I wait for a good opportunity to do them. And other sets I get for a specific date, and then I build them on that specific date, and all as well. And some sets I just get to put into my queue and build them whenever. I have a huge backlog. I have a huge build queue right now, which is good because it means that my work is mostly commission based. So on periods when my work is slow, I have a build queue to float me till work gets good again, and I can afford more build queue. So here's our first of the 2 boats. There's a space in there for 2 students, and there's a little light. There's a little lamp on the front, which I just accidentally knocked off, but easy fix. And I will set the boat behind the kids, and we will begin the build. There is one more set that's Great Hall relevant that I low-key want to do tonight if this one doesn't take too long, but we'll see. They did take the dinner order, and I don't want to eat too terribly late. But I did, when I started this build going in, I knew I wanted to do an all-day stream, so maybe we'll just see how I feel after this one. But yeah, the boathouse definitely attaches to the exterior of the main set we did today, so I wanted to get this one done. And we have a few more of these trans blue water pieces. Gotta love plastic water. Where is that slope piece in this pile? Right there, hiding under things. And now we attach this long plate. And did I just... Yeah. I think I missed something. No, that's part's correct. That means that part is correct. So then, what part is... Something is incorrect here, and I'm trying to figure out what. So there's that. And that all looks like it's lined up. I used the incorrect curvy piece. That's where the issue was. So now let's just take the water texture piece off of here. And we need to actually use this piece. Now things are going to line up correctly. And we got to put the water texture piece back on now. And now when we go to put it onto this plate, it will line up correctly and we are in business. Now the piece count on this set is roughly equivalent to a Speed Champions car. So I'm guessing hour and a quarter, hour and a half is my usual pace for a Speed Champion set. And then we'll go from there. We'll see if we feel like doing anything else afterwards. Probably not, but you never know. I have so much excitement that we're finally starting this big project. I've been gathering the sets for a few weeks, watching the pile of boxes in my my pile of Harry Potter boxes grow, and I have so much excitement for finally starting this project. So maybe I might be feeling up to doing one more after this, but this has already been an all-day thing for me. So plus, for each set I do, adds to the amount of cleanup that I have to do afterwards, but that's nothing for me. I have a routine when it comes to Lego cleanup, so it's really nothing to me. Alright, let's keep it going. Now, one of the reasons I can justify doing additional sets on this one, after it being such a big build, is just that by piece count, it's considerably less than the other two big sets, but still. And I have no idea how I'm going to get the big tower on camera when I do it next week. We'll just have to play around with the other cam again, like we did today. But we'll have to play around with it more, I think, because that set is really tall. I can only imagine right now. But the other set I want to do tonight actually does contain Snape. So I think it would be really cool because we've got McGonagall in this set, Dumbledore was in the first set, and then if we have Snape, we have like the golden trio of important professor characters. At least for the first few books. Oh. Did you see the Quirrell figure? Were you around for the beginning of stream when we opened up the Quirrell figure? They did the thing with the Quirrell figure. Which I appreciate. And if you know... Alright, if you know Harry Potter, you know Quirrell's big secret. there's Quirrell. And if you take off his head wrap, he does have the hidden Voldemort face on his back. So yeah, I do appreciate that. I think that's one of my... I think that makes him one of my favorite figures in the Great Hall. The Troll's pretty cool too. Dumbledore is very similar to his appearance in the next set we're going to do, so... and then we got a nice assortment of students. But yeah, that Quirrell... the fact that they captured that detail for Quirrell, and they really didn't have to, because the next set is where all the endgame scenes from the first book are. Except Quirrell's not in that set, he's in this one. So, yeah, I just did the step, okay. I distracted myself a little bit there, that's okay. But yeah. So Luna's not in the modular castle yet, but one of the sets has a Ravenclaw character who has a very similar hairstyle. So I may use her as a stand-in, or I may dig into the other set I have that does in fact include her, and I might pull some of the students from my house banners and incorporate them into the display as well. There is some overlap, but Cedric I don't think is part of the castle yet, and he's in the house banners. There's a couple other characters that are not in the modular castle that are in the house banners. You know what? I may go ahead and do the other small set I want to do, just because I don't think I'll be able to get back to this until I'm doing next week's big section. But then I do have 2 days this week marked for Lego streams, but like I said before, I'm doing Mario on Mondays the next 3 weeks, so I can just finish my Mario collection and be done with it. And then Thursday, I have a predated special occasion Lego stream, so I don't think I'll be able to work on the small Hogwarts sets until after we do the tower next weekend. So here's this little bit of terrain. It looks like we're gonna start a build for another little section of terrain here. So I think I may... again, it still depends on how I feel after this one, but I may, just because I won't be able to get back to the castle again until I do the next big set. And then we'll do a bunch of small sets in the week between doing the second big set and the third big set, and then we'll probably have a week or 2 of small sets after I get that third weekend doing that third main section. I know the Forbidden Forest is going to be a stream by itself. That's going to be a shorter stream because there's 4 sets, but they're all small sets. So that's going to be a stream, and there's a whole bunch of medium-sized structures that are going to be individual stream, regular length evening weekday streams. But the 3 main sections, weekday marathon all day streams like today was. I thought about maybe doing the tower first and then coming back to do the and then coming back to do the Great Hall, just because the tower has Dumbledore's office and actually has the Gryffindor Common Room, but I decided to do them in the recommended order. And I read somewhere that if you build the tower first, you'll be underwhelmed by the Great Hall because the tower is bigger. So, yeah. It'll be interesting to see if I can get the camera to work with that one at all. Oh, did I miss a piece somewhere? Yes, I put this piece in the wrong place. That's what I messed up. Easy fix. So Voldemort himself is not yet represented in the castle, but he is, thanks to this coral figure. So that's a cool little hidden secret of this version of Hogwarts Castle. There are some characters that strangely do not have representation. The new set finally gives Ginny her first figure, for example. And this castle's been going on for 2 years, and we finally have our first Ginny. Fred and George are not in here. Luna's not in the castle. There's a bunch of random students who have trademark names but don't really have plot relevance. There's a few key students in here. Obviously, you're going to have Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Draco. Multiple copies of each of them. Actually, we're getting 2 Harrys and Hermiones today. And if I build the other set I'm thinking about, then we're actually going to have a 3rd Hermione and our first Draco of the castle. But there's many Dracos in this castle. He just wasn't in that first set. There's a lot of character repeat when it comes to certain characters, and then other characters who are noticeably missing. Like I said, for example, no Fred and George, no Luna yet. But given that they finally put Ginny in the castle in the newest set, I have a feeling that if they continue making more sections for this castle, we'll see Fred and George and Luna eventually. But if this is the end of this castle, if they're ending the castle because they've done all the common rooms, then we won't see them in this particular series. But they all have plenty of figures across the Harry Potter line as a whole, so it'll be easy to just take them from other sets and put them in the display. I've decided, because there's multiple versions of key characters that are going to be running around the castle, I'm not treating them as clones or anything like that. They're just going to represent the character at different scenes at different points in time. Because that's kind of what the series is. It's representative of things that happen across several books. 7 books, 8 movies. So, of course, each time you see a character, they'll be doing something different. And you'll notice, like in the Great Hall, they're all wearing their Hogwarts uniforms, but in some of the other sets, they're wearing casual clothes. So there's different versions of all the characters that have multiples in the castle. We're almost done with bag 1 here. Yeah, the Chamber of Secrets was in the previous modular Hogwarts Castle, the one that ended in 2023. This is the one that started in 2024. But the Chamber of Secrets is part of the newest set, the East Wing, that just came out last week. So, the Chamber of Secrets is in fact part of this castle and will contain Ginny and the Basilisk And Fox the Phoenix is in both the main tower and in the East Wing. So we'll have two Fox flying around the castle. We're ready to go into bag 2. Bag 2 will give us houseless Hermione and houseless Neville. But you can see they have differently colored wands, so they, even though they're in the same bag, they do not share a wand floater. So we're back to being inefficient with the wands. So yes, we definitely are going to have a Chamber of Secrets in 2 weeks, because next week we're doing the main tower. And the main tower's big feature is the challenge rooms from the first book, the Sorcerer's Stone challenges. So Hermione gets a skirt piece that all the first-year girls get. Of course, they all have the same houseless uniforms. Nervous smile or confident smile for Hermione. We got to go with the confident. All right, and she gets the lighter colored wand. And they match in skin tone, which means, yeah, they match in skin tone, which means I don't have to pay extra special attention to the hands. I did on the other two, of course, because with the licensed characters, they use flesh tones, and there's like a whole bunch of different shades. With unlicensed themes like Ninjago and City, they still use the traditional yellow skin tone for the people. But for licensed themes, they use actual flesh tones. So if you have a bunch of people that have differently colored skin but matching outfits, you gotta pay attention to what you're doing when you put the heads on. So there's houseless Hermione. Our second version of Hermione today. And now we have the Neville figure. Neville is another character who appears a lot across the castle, along with the main trio and Draco. Those are the students who appear a lot. And he has a nervous face and a smiley face. Let's actually make Neville a little bit nervous, because in the early years, that's kind of who he was. So I'm gonna go with his. If we're going with Hermione's confident face, we're gonna go with Neville's nervous, not confident face. And he has the darker colored wand. So let me find that other floater. Okay. According to the picture, there should be another wand floater in this bag, a darker colored one, but I'm not seeing it right now. It probably went under something. So what we're going to do is, I'm going to look on the floor real quick to see if it dropped, and it did not. I'm going to check the little baggie to see if I left it in the baggie. I did not. Oh, it was sitting next to him the whole time. It was sitting in a shadow, that's why I didn't see it. Alright. So, Neville gets a wand. You get a wand. I get a wand. Everybody gets a wand. And most people get 2 wands because there's so many extras because of the way they do the floaters. Here's Neville's Houseless. Here's Houseless Neville. And there's one more set that does pre-house robes. And Hermione is in that set too. I think Harry's one of those students too. So there is some duplication in this variation. But that's not one of the sets that we're actually going to do. That's not the set I'm thinking about doing after this one for tonight. Because that's another McGonagall set, and we're already getting McGonagall tonight. So we're building now the second boat, which looks like it's going to be an identical build to the first boat. So why they didn't just have us do a 2x in the first bag, I don't know. But I guess it's to spread out the build a little bit and make it feel a little longer. But yeah, this is the second boat now. So there is a second pre-house set, and that's actually the sorting ceremony. And McGonagall is the professor in that set as well. And in that set actually comes with her cat Patronus. There's going to be 4 of the little translucent blue Patronus animal figures amongst the magical creatures that we see across this production. There is one of the Forbidden Forest sets. The newest Forbidden Forest set has one of the Patronuses. And then there's one in the East Wing and one in the hospital wing. And then the Sorting Hat, which is one of the cheap small sets. You get the cat Patronus. So there's 4 different Patronuses you can get across the Hogwarts project. And the there's also some other Patronus figures in some of the non-Hogwarts Harry Potter sets. I think there's one in the Luna's House set, and there's one in the Cauldron's Potions Classroom that just came out. The Cauldron Potions Classroom is not part of this modular castle. It's one of the gimmick sets that they have where it's a brick-built cauldron that opens to reveal the Potions Classroom. Kind of like the textbooks they did a few years ago. So that's a gimmick set. That's not part of this castle. That's separate from the Potions Classroom set that is part of this castle, which actually retired. But I have it in hand, ready to be built and added onto the castle at some other day in the next couple weeks. But if I do the other set I want to do tonight, we still get to get Snape, our potions master. He'll be a cool character to have first day if I feel like doing that one more set. Alright, so the otter I think is the one in I don't wanna make quotes. The rabbit, I don't remember. The non Hogwarts sets, I haven't really been paying attention to what's in those, because for me, Lego Harry Potter was about doing the big modular Hogwarts. I'll probably do more of the Wizarding World later. I'm really enjoying this, but because my collection involves a lot of themes, and because I want to do a lot of Star Wars later this year. Star Wars is my main fandom, and so I'm always trying to build on my Lego Star Wars collection. So the Harry Potter thing, I've always liked Harry Potter, but it's really set in terms of what fandoms I follow. I was big on Harry Potter for a while, and now it's one of my secondary fandoms technically, but man, I wanted a big project, and I didn't really like the art direction of I did think the $1,000 Death Star was cool, but they did a lot of cost cutting. Like the Lego Star Wars team, they have some issues that don't carry over to the design teams of other themes. Like It's $1,000. It's your most expensive Lego set ever released, and you're gonna have more than half the characters, no leg printing, and you're gonna have a huge sticker sheet with hardly any prints, and a vehicle that belongs in the hangar that's actually seen as part of what's meant to be in the set, sectioned off to be a day one release GWP, so you can't even get the complete set unless you buy it day one. Yeah, the $1,000 Death Star had its controversies, but seeing as this is $1,000 Lego Hogwarts, the thing about this project, though, is because it's released across multiple sets, you really don't have to budget all at once for it like I did. When I got that bonus at work, and I decided to do the modular Lego Hogwarts, I said, summer project, let's go all in on this. We can do this. And that's what I ended up doing. That's what we're doing over the next 2 weeks. I went all in. But with something modular like this, you don't have to go all in. You can get a few pieces here and there and build it over a few months if you wanted to snail it. With something like the Death Star, that's a single set, which means you have to go all in all at once to get. It's a comparable project in terms of piece count and scope, but because it's a single box, it's a single set, you have to go all in all at once. And with something like this set released in 2024, the third major section of the castle just released last week. So this is an ongoing project for them as well. They didn't release this castle all at once, and you don't have to budget for it all at once if you want to make this an ongoing project. So that's one of the big differences between the $1,000 Hogwarts and the $1,000 Death Star. And seeing how much I'm enjoying this project, if I do get another bonus at work before the year is out, I really am thinking about getting the Death Star. I've learned that the GWP that you need to complete the set doesn't actually include any exclusive parts, unlike most of those set exclusive GWPs. So I should be able to part that out for not too much, and then not have to pay like $200 on the aftermarket for a box and pieces that are worth like $30 to $50. I can just part out if I wanted to have the complete look. I mean, that aftermarket $200 is ridiculous. I mean, that particular TIE fighter doesn't even look all that good. So it's ridiculous. But yeah, I'm definitely still thinking about the $1,000 Death Star. If this project doesn't wear me down so much, and the Dungeons and Dragons set, that's going to be a 4-day stream. And if I get through these, then the Death Star is a possibility for me if I get another big bonus at with my home job. But I have so many other sets in the queue first. Not just the Hogwarts project. I have a build queue of about, like, right now I think my build queue is about 60 sets overall, including a dozen big ones. If you don't count the 2 remaining really big sets from the Hogwarts project and my last 3 Mario sets, if you don't count those, I still have about a dozen really big sets in the queue. And the summer and double points coming up in a couple weeks. I'll be getting a few more big sets onto my build queue as well. With that, I'll be hitting all my retiring end of the year sets probably by the end of the month with the double points promo they're doing. I've already gotten all my retiring in the summer sets, and so now I just gotta focus on the half dozen sets that are retiring at the end of the year that are on my wish list. And once I get those, there is no time frame, there is no rush to get the remainder of my wish list, because if I secure the December retirements during the end of June double points, then I will have no rush to get the rest of the wish list, because I'll have like a year and a half at that point for most of what's left on my wish list. So we're getting some nice mushrooms at the side of the boathouse here. Okay. One of the problems with the instructions is transclear is appears very similar to white in the instructions. According to page count, we're about halfway done with this build, and this boat I'll just put over here with the characters again. I forgot to set that aside before. It's cool that not all the sets have stickers. All the big sets have stickers, though. So when it comes to Star Wars, I did a lot of Star Wars last year. This year, I did 2 big Lego Star Wars streams. I did a for a Star Wars week back at the beginning of May. I did the Smart Play, 2 of the Smart Play sets on stream, and then I did a 3rd one of the Smart Play sets off stream. And then I did a second Lego Star Wars stream during Star Wars week, where I did a bunch of sets representing a generic battle during the Clone Wars. Lots of cool builds for both sides there. I can say that my there is an irony with my Lego Star Wars collection. Yeah, I can't have all the Lego I like, but I'm getting pretty close to it, at least in terms of what's currently available. There's a lot of retired sets that I like that I'll never own, but I'm managing to get most of what's currently available that I'm actually wanting, so. Alright, where is this, the little curlicue brick? I am not seeing it in my parts pile because it moved behind the build. Okay, we found it. So yeah, my home job is inconsistent, but I have like good periods and then weak periods. And when I have good periods, I stock up on build queue so that I have stuff to build when we have weak periods. And I spend most of my entertainment budget on Lego, because I don't really like going out much. I'll go to the theater occasionally for a good musical or a good movie, but that's not an everyday occurrence. Yeah. So yeah, the shaping and structure of the boathouse is coming together nicely. So yeah, I have an almost complete Speed Champions collection. Generation 2, I don't have any of the Generation 1 6-wide cards pre-2020. I started my Speed Champions collection. I decided to just focus on the Gen 2 cards, the 8-wides that started in 2020. And I have all the cars up through the end of 2024. And last year, I did not go in on the F1 wave because I felt, why buy 10 cars that all look very similar except for colors? So I didn't do the F1 wave, but I did buy the 6 cars, the 6 regular cars they released over the summer. And I haven't yet acquired the cars from this year, but they released a bunch. They released a bunch with the winter release, including 2 movie cars, Lightning McQueen from Pixar and the Back to the Future car. I did get those 2. I didn't get the others yet. And I have the summer releases are going to come out in August, and when they come out, I'm going to one-shot all the cars from this year. And I will get caught up with Speed Champions again. Again, of course, not counting the F1 series they did last year. Those cars are all too similar. It would get boring for me. Mario, I got all the tabletop interactive sets, except for the starter set remakes. I'll be finishing the last 3 of those on the next 3 Mondays. And then the something really special on Thursday, which is why I can't, probably not going to do Hogwarts this week. Although I'm definitely gunning to do the hospital wing, and that's just going to be a weekday evening stream because it's a fairly standard 1,000-piece set. Not too terrible, so in terms of time it takes me to build, so that's going to be a regular weekday evening stream, I think. And the hospital wing is particularly exciting to me because that's the one small set that has a common room, and that's Ravenclaw, my house. So I'm really looking forward to doing that one. But there is a little bit of controversy with the East Wing set in this version of the castle, which we'll get to when we actually build it. We'll talk about that then. There's a little bit of a controversy on that one. But I think that's one of the 4 Patronus sets that. And I also did get a creature build that I want to display next to the castle. That'll probably do after I finish all the sections of the castle. So definitely there's going to be some more Harry Potter in the queue even after we finish the 3 big sections. As long as we haven't done all the rest of the sections, this series is going to keep going on for a few weeks. But the big sections are weekend all-day marathon streams. I dropped a piece. Got it. So yeah, in terms of Speed Champions, the only 2 from this year I got are the 2 movie cars. And I built them together on the same stream. It was my first stream of the year that I did those 2 cars. And I was totally off camera. I got this whole thing off camera. Why? Sorry about that. I'm talking too much, obviously. I do like these 2 little mushrooms at the side of the boathouse there. Oh, and there's a little frog piece that we're about to put into this little assembly here. So there is a little frog hiding in the boathouse area. The Lego frog is such a classic little piece. In pink, it appears in 100 copies in the bonsai tree to represent cherry blossoms. This little frog, it looks like it clips in under. It clips in under at the side of. So, yeah, it clips into the side like that. So you open this up, nice little hidden frog under the boathouse there. And that does it for bag 2. Yeah. I think the bonsai tree is one of the sets I did in computer Lego before I started my main collection here. Let me see. Something doesn't... Oh no, it goes there. That was a me problem just now, not an assembly issue. And it's time to do bag 3. But before I break open bag 3, I just want to go look at the piece count for the other set I wanted to look at tonight. And just see if it's even doable. If I do that set, we are going to hit my record for longest stream ever on my channel. Yeah, piece count's not too bad. I think we can throw it in. I will reveal that set after we finish doing this one. So bag 3 is going to start with McGonagall. This will be the first McGonagall of at least 3 that I know about as part of the Hogwarts project. She's also in the Sorting Hat set, and the Transfiguration classroom is one of the modular classroom builds in the Flying Lesson Wall. So we're going to see a McGonagall at least 2 more times over this project. I haven't checked. I don't think she's in the other sets, but still 3 appearances. Snape gets a lot of appearances as well. He's got the Potions class. He's got the next set we're about to do. He's in at least one of the big sets. Not the one we did tonight, but he's for sure in the East Wing. And I don't remember if he's in the tower or not, so we're going to have at least 3 Snapes. 2 Dumbledores for sure. Alright, we just got out the parts for bag 3. McGonagall having a dress piece. Or I should say a robes piece. This is the Wizarding World. The guys wear these things too. Frowny face or smiley face. She's grading the first years. She can be happy. She's meeting her new crop of students for the year, so let's make her happy. Hat hair combo. Let's get this to attach, and then we can line it up. And then she needs her wand. So yeah, even though the character selection is first book centric for the Great Hall, the next set that we're doing is also specifically set in the Great Hall in the book and movie. I suppose it can be swapped in elsewhere in the castle if you wanted to do it that way. But it's actually from the second book and movie. Actually, it shows her wand in the other hand, and she's holding a list of students. Every wizard and witch that we've had today has put the wand in the same hand. Here the instructions are swapping things up a little bit, which is cool. And I have a feeling we'll see that as we see other characters throughout the series. And this is the bag that's going to give us the tile. There it is face down. I'll set it over here behind the boats until the instructions call for it. And let's go find this tile. that McGonagall's holding. Here it is. It's a list of students that come. It's a list of the 4 students that come with the set. Basically, it's her roster of new characters, new students. It says Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, Harry Potter, and Dean Thomas. And she's holding this list of students in her other hand as she guides the boats to the boathouse at the base of the grand staircase into Hogwarts. So here is our first McGonagall for the big Hogwarts project. List of students, wand, nice hat hair combo there. And she's ready to start the year off on a good note. Her list does make her side heavy, and she flips over, so I guess we can let her stand. She has that nice big wide base with the robe piece, so she can stand. The other set that I want to do tonight, the one that we're doing after this one, it's a very tiny set. And it comes with a portrait also. It comes with 1 portrait. So let's finish up this boathouse so we can get to that one. Because I want to do that one because it's Great Hall relevant as well. This one attaches to the base of the Great Hall portion there by the staircase. I'm probably not going to do the attachment until the end when we're setting up the raid out scene, just because we want to do the one more build. I should have 2 more of those arch pieces. There's one. So yeah, I'm going for it. I'm going for a stream record, because we're going to hit the 8-hour mark by the time we finish this one. I don't know the exact hour-minute mark for my 9-hour stream I did last summer. So it's guesswork. But if I do the one more set and then take time to pose the castle, it should put us over my record. And then the two other big sets, I should break the record again because those have bigger piece counts than the Great Hall did base. So I may not even need to do some of the small sets the next 2 big sections in order to go for my record. This set, the Great Hall, was about 1,700 pieces. Those, I think, are about 2,100 pieces each. So at least another hour and a half on base alone. So now we're just building up the shaping and structure for the top levels of the boathouse here. And eventually we're going to put in one of our mystery portraits. Wouldn't it be funny if we both of the remaining portraits tonight are new ones again, and we don't hit dupes the first night and we actually get halfway there? That would be awesome. But I'm not usually that lucky, so we'll see what happens. There's one in the boathouse, one in the other set, and so we're going to get 2 more of the portraits. So the main tower has 6 of the portraits. Yeah, the main tower has 6 of the portraits, and the east wing, even though it's comparable in piece count size to the main tower, only has 4 portraits. I calculated that across the whole line, based on what it says on the back of each of the boxes, across the whole line we'll get a total of 27. So even distribution, if we were lucky enough to get even distribution, we would have 2 full sets, except 1 set missing 1. But since I'm not lucky enough, since I'm not known for that kind of luck, what'll probably happen is we'll have weird distributions, and we might end up with a full set. But we're on a good start for now, at least, because the Great Hall apparently is notorious for having duplicates within it. Not so much the other 2 sets. I heard they straightened that out, but I've heard stories of the one bag that gives you 4 portraits in the Great Hall. I've heard several people say that they've gotten duplicates out of that bag specifically. So I think that was bag 14, which was right before you came in. So yeah, I heard stories about that bag specifically. So I was a little worried about that. So it was nice to see no duplicates. It was funny to get the maybe Ravenclaw in the Hufflepuff house, though. And it would be awesome if that is in fact the Ravenclaw tile, even though I haven't built Ravenclaw yet, because that means I'll be able to swap her in after the stream when I do build Ravenclaw. Ravenclaw, like I said before, is my house, has always been my house. I'm seeing some animals in this parts pile. So we have the hidden frog that we hid at the end of the previous bag, but this bag is going to give us some animals as well. Not really magical animals. Yeah, I'm good with Bricklink. I've actually created a secondary tracker on Bricklink, because when you go to do the inventory part outs, it will default you to one specific tile. So I'll have to go in and adjust to make sure that my correct tile assortment gets inventoried, and that I don't, because otherwise Bricklink will say I'll have 27 copies of that one specific wizard, and yeah, that's not the case. I do have 1 copy of him. I did pull him as one of the first 4, so the one wizard, that the tile that it defaults to when doing part out inventory, I did pull that one already in the first bag that I had portraits in. So that was pretty cool. Alright, something is happening structurally here that I need to fix so that it will let me proceed with the build as the instructions want me to do so. Something before was not pushed in all the way is clearly what happened here, but it looks like I fixed it. The boathouse is a nice little section. It attaches right at the bottom of the stairs. Okay. I see at least 3 animals in this parts pile. So this is going to be, we'll go through them as the instructions pull them out, but we have an assembly to do here. There's one building in this series that actually has a snow-capped roof and seasonally doesn't match the rest of the build. So because this is Hogwarts, I'm going with the headcanon that that one building is trapped under enchanted weather. It's a story that works for the setting, so that's how I'm gonna explain the seasonally different snow-capped roof against the rest of the castle, which is set in spring and summer. I think it's hilarious that they went with snow-capped roof. instead of going with consistency. But that's a different section of the castle that we're not building tonight, so lots, like I said, this is going to be like a 3-week project. So there's so many classrooms we have to do after the main units. There's still three biggish but not giant sets that we'll have to do. We'll have the small sets to do. This will take a little while. We'll have the Forbidden Forest. Will be its own dedicated stream because there's 4 small sets that make that up. So here's the first piece of the roof here. And I just had the whole build off camera again. I'm sorry. I don't know how long the build was off camera, but here's what I'm doing. There. Now I'm back on camera, and I should stay on camera if I leave the build there. So here, we slope the first side of the roof in, and the instructions tell us to put 2 animal pieces on. We have this red crab, the standard Lego red crab, which we put in the water next to the boathouse like that. And we also get our first Hogwarts owl. This is a white owl, so I'm going to go ahead and say I think this is Hedwig. And my hand's getting in the way. How can I do this? How can I want to take a moment and admire this owl because owls are a big deal in Harry Potter. There we go. I'm temporarily standing it on a piece that's not used yet. Here is our very first Hogwarts owl. The first of several across the line. One set comes with 5 of these guys. But here is our first Hogwarts owl. So this piece is kind of a big deal for us tonight. And now we build the other main roof unit. Can you tell me how long I had the build off camera for? Was it terrible? Did I do a drift? Or was I off camera for pretty much the whole bag? Because having such a big build next to me is kind of an awkward setup for me. It's not something we usually do here with Lego. When we do multi-set builds, they're usually smaller sets, and I'm able to set it off to the side effectively, but obviously that's not the case here with this big giant unit next to me. There's still one more little animal piece in my parts pile. When the instructions get to it, we will reveal it. But if you're And here we have this side of the roof to attach now. Alright, well at least I'm trying to stay on camera now. The other build is a small build. It should be relatively easy to keep it on camera. Here we have our other animal. We have a little spider climbing up the side of the boathouse. Let me see this piece, contrast and color. So here's our little spider. Lots of animals across Hogwarts as a whole. It's nice to see some animals get representation in the boathouse. We got 4 of them. We got the spider, we got the crab, we got Hedwig the owl, and we got our little frog hiding underneath. And now we get to build a little tree. Oh dear, where are we going to put a third minifigure lineup? The other set is a small set, but still manages to have 4 figures in it. We'll put our little first years together like that to make room for the remaining guys. Now the 2 students in the other set I'm doing, well, we're going to see our 3rd Harry Potter for the castle and our 1st Draco Malfoy for the castle. Our 1st of several Dracos and our 3rd of many Harrys. And then after that set, we also get 2 professors in that set. So you'll see what I'm talking about when I reveal it at the end of this build. And here we have a nice little tree which attaches to the side of the boathouse down here in the back. So there's the tree we just put on. And okay, one more bonus animal. We have a little blue fish jumping out of the water. That's what that white clip was for. So the white is like some water foam that comes up with him as he jumps. There. The classic fish piece. There it is, our little fish jumping out of the water. So 5, because the boathouse doesn't contain any magical animals, they're giving us 5 regular animals. Nice. I like the animal assortment on the set. And now we're building another little sub-build here. And this boathouse does clip onto the front of the Great Hall base, but we're going to wait till we finish the other build. And then we're just going to bring everything back into view at the end. I think the instructions are showing me a grill piece. Yeah, there it is. My hands are off camera, at least the boathouse isn't right now. Actually, I think there's exactly 1 animal. There may be, or may not be, I can't tell from the box, 1 animal in the other set. But we'll see a lot of animals when we get to the Forbidden Forest sets. And of course when we get to the other big sections of the castle. So yeah, lots of animals to be had across this project as a whole. Oh yeah, I missed it before I retired too, so I just went to the aftermarket and got it from eBay. That set looks nice. There's 5 owls in it. I looked at the pictures. I was thinking about doing that one as one of the bonus builds tonight, but it's bigger. It's not really Great Hall relevant. It's a standalone. Um, so, so it's going to be on a separate day when we're doing some of the grounds work. So it looks like we're almost done with the boathouse. We just have a few pieces left. We have this little assembly we're putting together representing the little tower thing on top of the roof there. And then we will be ready to move on to the final little set of tonight. We just passed the 8 hour mark of stream. So yeah, if I do the other set, pretty much guaranteed to at least hit 9 hours, which will be close to my record. I don't know, I don't remember the exact hour minute count. It was 9 hours something from that Speed Champions marathon I did last summer, where I did 6 cars over the course of a single day. So I'll have to check the timestamp on that to see if I actually did break my record. But it's very likely that main tower and or east wing streams over the next 2 weeks could break the record that I'm trying to set tonight. So we have this little tower thing that goes on top of the boathouse, like this. And now we have this assembly. Let's see here. It uses some of these gold shiny pieces. Okay. And then some ores that get stored inside. They don't attach or anything. They just hold into place on these little claw hooks on the wall. They don't actually attach. That might be an issue when we're moving the piece around, actually. So let me actually take the ores out, and I'll just set them over here with the boats. It is time to reveal our wizarding portrait. And actually it shows us putting it back up against the open side. So it's actually going to be seen through the window at the front here. So let's reveal it before because we're not going to be able to get that specific angle on camera, unfortunately. So it is our first duplicate. It is the one that looks like a 30s aviator. We did get this one earlier. So we do have our first duplicate. The most we can end up with at the end of tonight is 6. But this slides in to there and goes right up against the window. And let's see if that comes up on camera. Nope, it comes flopping out. If I angle it such to see it on camera, it goes flying out the back. Well, one duplicate isn't so terrible yet, because we only need 9 more to complete the set, and we have still 17. No, what was it? 27. So, and this was our 6th. So we revealed 5. We revealed 6. So we have 21 more chances. 1 chance we're using tonight. We could still end tonight with 6 different ones and have almost half the set. So yeah, you're supposed to just float that in the tower like that. So if I hold that in place with my finger and hold it up to the camera, the effect is you can see the wizard through the window there. Interesting. And I will set the boathouse behind the instructions. And let's go ahead and... Ooh, it's giving us an extra ore. I will definitely keep the spare. You can never have too many ores. And now I will reveal the other set I wanted to do tonight, which has 1 more portrait in it. And it's on the smaller side. There's no real structure. Just a stage and a fireplace, really. Let me turn the instructions off so I can swap over the instruction sheets. And then I will reveal this last set. All right, I'm almost ready to reveal the final set for tonight here. Let me get back onto camera here. And we have the Dueling Club. This is another one of the retired sets. I actually found this one by luck in a store that doesn't usually do retired sets. It was hiding behind the new wave Harry Potter stuff, so it probably just got buried in the back. And not only that, but this is a $20 set. You can see the sticker says $20. When I went to checkout, it rang up at $10. So yeah, nice little discount that I wasn't even expecting. This is the Dueling Club. This is a iconic scene from the second book and movie. And it's the only representation from the second book and movie that we have tonight, because everything else we did today was from the first book and movie. Now, the Hogwarts modular castle does have scenes from, I think it's the first 4 books and movies. It also has the Room of Requirement, which I think was introduced in the 5th one. I don't remember exactly when that room got introduced. But yeah, let's get into the Dueling Club retired at the end of last year. So yes, it is retired. It may have just come out at the beginning wave of last year. So it may not have been on shelves very long, but it's still quite cheap on the aftermarket. It is probably by piece count, I think it's the smallest of the modular Hogwarts sets. And it's meant for you to take the tables out of the Great Hall and put the stage in. Obviously, I'm not going to go through the hassle of doing that. I'm going to set the Dueling Club somewhere else on my castle grounds. But because this is a Great Hall scene, it's relevant tonight. And we get our first Draco, our first Snape. And we're also going to get our third Harry and a Gilderoy Lockhart, Professor Lockhart, the second year Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. So we see the first 2 Dark Arts teachers here. Quirrell, of course, being in the lineup from the main Great Hall set. So here is the back of the box. And the back of the box, you can see in the corner there, it specifically says combine with, and it shows a picture of the Great Hall set. And you can also see down here, collectible portraits 1. So this is going to be our 7th out of 27 total chances to get our 6th new character, hopefully. All right. And since the portraits are going at all different places around the castle, duplicates aren't too bad, at least aesthetically, because we don't care where all the wizarding portraits end up. It's not like we're making a single room of all the portraits. So the box is open. We have, of course, the paper instructions, which we'll set aside. I do not see any sticker sheets, so we'll set bag 3 and bag 2 aside. We still have the brick separator ready to go. Let's pull up the instructions and get ready to build here. So we are ready to... Oh, before I get into this, let me just go into my picture editor and put a tally by that duplicate wizard card. I said a wizard card. On the previous version of the Hogwarts Castle that ran from like 2020 to 2023, there were collectible chocolate frog cards. So these wizarding portraits are a similar concept. So let me go ahead and mark a second tick mark. I'm not going to show the checklist screen at this time because that was a duplicate, but I do want to go ahead and update the image with the second tally for that witch. So we're going to go ahead and save the picture, and then I will reopen the checklist after we will review the checklist one more time at the end of stream, whether we get a duplicate or not in this set. Okay, so I can see from the picture on the instructions, we are getting one animal piece in this set, and that's the magical snake spell, the Serpensordia, that Draco cast. So now it says to open bag 1. Let's get right into it. I see 2 minifigure heads in this parts pile. And it looks like there's a different piece for the wands here. Probably so you could do the dual effects, the magical effects on them. So they're not actually using the same wands that everybody else today is using. I don't know if there's other wizards in other sets that also use these same wands. Smiley, or let's use a scared face because they are in a... so we're going to do the action, kind of the action face for these because they are in a duel. They are in a magical duel. So we don't have to use all bright and smiley for this one. So yeah, the wand piece is definitely different. It's got a little transparent tip for attaching magical spells. In this case, it looks like we get a trans-clear dish and a trans-clear jewel for Harry's magic attack. So yeah, a nice new wand. Let's get the wand into Harry's hand, and then I will show this. So this Harry figure looks like it also has the short legs. This is a second year Harry after all. He's still young. He's very similar to his appearance in the Great Hall set, except I gave him the nervous face for this one because he's in a magic duel. You can see the trans-clear magic effect at the end of his wand there. And we can start this character lineup over here. A little gap to separate from the other set. And now the instructions have us put Draco together. This is the first of several Dracos we're going to see across the castle project. He too has the short legs. And the slightly confident smirk or the angry face. Let's go with, he's only a second-year student at this point. He's still a bit nervous when it comes to the dark arts. Let's make him nervous. Let's go ahead and he gets the black wand with yellow magic blast. And now I just got to get the wand into his hand. Yeah, the short legs that still move, they're actually called mid-sized legs, and they represent teenagers. So a lot of the student figures we'll see in some of the other sections of this castle will in fact get those legs. But because these sets specifically represent the first 2 years when the students are still youngish, they still have the short non-posable legs. So there's Draco. His wand has a yellow magic blast coming off of it. We'll set him there. And the picture also shows that he comes with this tan snake piece here. So this snake, our one animal for this set, represents the Serpensortia spell, the snake summon. And we'll put the snake right here next to Draco. And now we can start building the main dual platform here. And this is absolutely positively going to be the last set tonight because I managed to make it all the way to 9 o'clock. It is starting to get late, and I will have a lot of cleanup after stream. So next week we'll reconvene with the second of the 3 major sections. And then after that, during that week, we'll be doing some of the small sets. And then that third weekend, we'll be doing the last of the big sets again. And then we will, whatever small sets are left at that point, we will do in the days and weeks following that. And towards the end of June, beginning of July, we will have our complete modular Hogwarts. I mean, obviously there's no Quidditch field yet, but hopefully they'll... if they release more parts of this castle in the future, obviously I will revisit the series and do an update. But for now, I think we're done with Hogwarts for 2026 at least, in terms of releases. Because Harry Potter typically does releases in the winter wave and then the summer wave. They did do one holiday release last year, which was the $400 Hogsmeade set. But when they do the big holiday releases, it's usually another location in the Wizarding World. So I think we're done with Hogwarts for the year at least, but we may see an update in 2027. Maybe. It's impossible to predict what LEGO's going to do in 2027. They've already done so many surprises this year, and we're only halfway in. Like that Disneyland set, the Pokemon. I mean, we knew Pokemon was coming, but the Pokemon Smart Play Wave that they just revealed, that they just put up for pre-order. I mean, There's been a lot of surprises from Lego this year already, and we still have half the year to go. Who knows what's coming between the summer reveals are pretty much done, but who knows what's coming for the fall and holiday season. So yeah. Oh, and thank you for showing up to chat because it gave me some stuff to talk about. Often when I'm doing a Lego stream, when people aren't in the chat, I sometimes run out of stuff to talk about. And when I do stop talking, I actually do build a little bit faster. So it's not that big a deal when that happens, but when I run out of stuff to talk about, sometimes people don't like watching streams of silence. And there's not much I can do about that. So there's the beginnings of our dueling platform. We do have extras of the blast wands, one in each color, one brown and one black. And we do have these gem pieces that were used for the spell effects. We're going into bag 2. Bag 2 is going to give us our first Snape for the castle. I know there's at least 2 more Snapes. I don't know the total number across all the sets, but I know he's in the East Wing, and I know he's in the Potions class. I know they're, like Snape having 3, I know McGonagall also has at least 3, because the Transfiguration modular classroom is part of the flying lesson set, and she's also the sorting hat professor. So, plus the boathouse we saw earlier. Dumbledore's got at least 2. He's in the main tower, as well as the Great Hall here. But I haven't memorized all the character counts, so I'm not sure if he's in the East Wing or not. I know Fawkes is in the East Wing and the main tower, because the East Wing has the Chamber of Secrets scene and everything that goes with that. So it looks like Snape is just using the regular wand. And for Snape, you have your standard unhappy, strict face, or your outright angry face. He's teaching the duels, so I'm just going to use the strict face for him. He can be more neutral than the kids. He's been doing duels for years. He's not nervous about them anymore. So let's get his wand. Wow. These wand pieces are kind of difficult to put into the hand, but you can see I've already done it so many times tonight. I should be an expert at it by now, and sometimes they still don't cooperate at first. So I'm guessing this bag is the rest of the dueling platform, and then bag 3 will be the little fireplace with the wizarding portrait. So here is neither side of Snape has a smile. At least on this figure. I haven't seen obviously his other figures yet, but this is the first Snape that's part of the Hogwarts Castle project. Actually, I'm kind of glad to have McGonagall and Snape joining the cast already on this first day. So, the very original Snape minifigure, all the way back about 20 years ago, for some reason had a glow-in-the-dark face. Even though that's not a thing that happens in the book or the movies. You know what? Let's put the snake in the gap here between the sets as kind of the dividing line. That's kind of clever. We'll move Snape in next to Draco like that. And there's just enough space at the end for the last character we'll get in the final bag. So yeah, I do not have any of those really old sets. Like I said, right now I'm being selective about my Harry Potter acquisitions so I can balance some of my budget to other themes as well. There's a lot of Lego Star Wars coming into my collection. Um, for example, um, I have several. I have several Star Wars models that are between back order and pre-order. So yeah, my table's a mess now. But this is absolutely positively the end for tonight, this Dueling Club. Because I am actually getting hungry now. I ate lunch before I started, and that was many hours ago at this point. So I need to go up, eat some dinner, come down, clean up, and then I need to process my video for the YouTube. And that's going to take a while because at that point it's going to be... This set's going together quickly. We may not hit the... Well, we'll probably hit the 9-hour mark by the time we finish posing the castle on camera. Obviously, once we build the other sections, we're not going to be able to get the whole castle. My table's in another room, so I won't be able to stream the full assembly. But maybe I'll take pictures after each stream as the project goes on. I can't use my table just yet. I need the table for a project I'm working on throughout the course of this week anyway. So maybe it's good that I won't be able to do any more of the smaller sets until next week. But, because I need my table space to work on that. Once I build the main tower, I will want to be setting this up on the table, so that I have reserved for it. So it looks like this lines up against here like this. Okay, so it's going to be kind of a moving platform that we gotta, and that pushes in. Okay, so there's going to be kind of a play mechanism going on with the stage. Oh, we have a raid. We're actually wrapping up, but you guys will get to see the end of 9.5 hours. We're finishing this Dueling Club, and when we finish the Dueling Club platform, we're going to put together the Great Hall section of Hogwarts Castle. That's what we did today. This is part of a multi-part series I'm doing on stream to build the entire Hogwarts Castle. Oh, well, I don't typically do 9-hour streams. This is kind of a special summer project. So today we did the Great Hall. Next weekend I'm doing the Hogwarts main tower. And then the following weekend I'm doing the new Hogwarts East Wing. Those are the 3 big main sets. And then there's a ton of smaller sets that we have to do around as well in order to complete our modular Lego Hogwarts. So this will be going on for a few weeks. But I won't be able to stream any of the smaller builds this week because I'm doing Mario Monday for the next 3 Mondays to finish up the last bits of my Mario build queue because Lego's not making anymore and I want to get them organized. Yeah, I have the Eevee. I actually did that on stream. If you go to my YouTube channel, same name, Uncle Eevee, you can see the entire history of my channel. Every stream I've ever done, many Lego builds there. I'm technically a variety show. I've done some gaming, music, art over the years. Don't really do so much of that anymore, but I am technically a variety show. It's just the last couple of years it's mostly been Lego. So yeah, but the Eevee set is on there. So yeah, I'm sorry your raid came right at the end. We actually did the main Great Hall, and in terms of small sets, we did the Boathouse, and now we're just wrapping up the Dueling Club, and then we will be, and then I will have to call it a night because this is actually going. This is either my record for longest stream ever, or it misses it by just a little bit. So, because my longest stream ever, I did a 9-hour Speed Champion stream once where I built 6 Speed Champions cards in a single day. But the thing with that, my second longest stream to date was about 6.5 hours, and I think that was a Lego build as well. I think I hit one gaming stream about 6 hours as well. So yeah, I'm not sure if today's a record breaker, but it's close. So yeah, you will get to at least stick around to see me try to get everything put on camera. And I'll show off the Great Hall again since you just raided in, but let me finish the club first. Let me finish the duel scene first. So this one kind of jigsaws in to this side of the platform like that. So we've got these 2 beams here that are an action feature for the duel, and then they get covered over with some beautiful printed tiles that I think we'll see in the next. Well, the next bag is the last bag, so we'll definitely see them. And we're also tracking the collectible wizards portraits across the Hogwarts line. So this set has 1, and that's going to come out in the next bag as well. So when we, the way we do the wizard portraits is when the tile comes out of the bag, I put it face down, and then I reveal it when the instructions say to add it to the model, and then I checklist it off of my. I do a tally mark on my counter. I'm keeping a counter of the portraits. There's 14 of the wizard portraits to collect. They're randomized across the sets. Across every set, combined in total, there's going to be 27 wizard portraits. So we have 27 chances to pull all 14 wizards. We're 6 chances deep. We've already pulled 1 duplicate, but 5 out of 6 isn't bad to start. So we'll see what our last tile today is. And I will flip that over so that it's a surprise. And there is our wizard portrait that we will reveal when the time comes. Now, bag 3 is going to start with Lockhart, and he's going to have our first cape of the Hogwarts project. And it's one of those rubberized capes. So I think this is the only Lockhart that's part of the modular castle. I might be wrong on that. Actually, I think he might be in the new set because it is a Chamber of Secrets is part of that. I'll have to check on that. I'm not sure if he is or not. I know it's the first appearance of Ginny on the modular castle. So, and then I just need to give him his wand, and I will show you our last figure of the day here. So let me take his wand. So the wands are on these floaters that have 2 wands on them. And so because every wizard has like a different brown for their wand, the wands come in different colors. And because you're getting like 1 figure per bag, you're getting a whole floater for each wizard. So you're getting a lot of spare extra wands. There was 1 bag we did today where there were 2 characters in the bag and they used the same color wand, so they shared a floater. But all the rest of the wands today have been kind of wasteful redundancy with an extra wand on the floater. So it's good to have spares because they're easily lost. They're tiny pieces. So I finally got the wand into his hand just to have it slip out again. So let me try that again. Alright. As many times as I've done the wand today, it's kind of difficult to line it up in the hand just right. Now his cape is spinning around and getting in the way. There we go. I think we made the connection. So here is the Gilderoy Lockhart figure from the Dueling Club. Ready, and of course he has the overconfident smile. I forgot to check what's his... Oh, he has a scared face for his second face. So for Lockhart, we definitely want to go with the overconfident smile, especially considering which scene it is. Most of the figures I gave neutral expressions for because we're just doing day-to-day castle life. But this is the Dueling Club, so I'm allowing the more extreme expressions to a degree on this set. So here's our character lineup from the Great Hall, the Boathouse, and then we'll go over the characters at the end when we're putting everything together. And then, of course, the Dueling Club over here, and his cape has him, like, sitting in an awkward position. So now bag 3 is going to start with the fireplace. So we're not even getting into the cool printed tiles yet. And I learned when I actually finished the Great Hall before I do the Boathouse that I actually have to switch to my other camera to get the whole model on screen. It's the first Lego set I've had to switch camera to get the whole thing to fit on screen. And when we do the main tower next week, that set is really tall. So I'm not even sure if that will be sufficient for that. So yeah, this is the last bag of parts for tonight. And once I get this, once I finish the fireplace and the dual platform, we'll go over everything. We'll put everything together for this section of the castle and call it a night. I'll switch the other camera for that. Since this project involves 18 sets total, and then 2 extra sets of things I want to display as part of my castle display that aren't part of the castle technically, but that I want to include on the grounds. So because this project involves 20 sets, it's going to go on for a little while. Let's reveal our wizard portrait. Okay, let me check my picture. I have a checklist going on. And this one is not a duplicate. So we have just pulled our 6th wizard portrait for the collection. So we finished today. We used 7 of our portrait chances, and we've collected 6 of the portraits. So we have 6 different ones today. So there's this one, and it finally focused. And let me go back to my instructions. I will attach it. and then I will update the checklist. And so with that's how it attaches to the fireplace, like that. So that's one of our portrait locations throughout the castle. And I will go and update on my checklist real quick. And I will show you, since we're tracking the wizard portraits collection, I will show you the progress. So out of our 7 chances, we pulled 1 duplicate and we got 6 different tiles for the day. So let me my picture editor software does not show up in the studio, so I have to make the tally mark, save the image, and then open it, the image in the image viewer. So let's open our checklist screen, and I will come over here to the we will switch over to my checklist. And as you can see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different ones, 2 copies of this aviator looking one in the middle here. And you can also see I chose a poor color for the hash marks. So they're really coming out up here where the gradient is darker, but you can't really see the one on this bottom row. So I'm actually going to change the color for the hash marks before the next stream, and we will go from there moving forward. But I don't want to change colors midstream because that's going to take too much time. So this is the state of our wizard portrait collection. We have 7 of our 27 total tiles revealed so far. We have 6 different ones with a duplicate on the aviator. So that's where we stand. That's our collection so far. And you'll get to see these other tiles as I show off the different things we did today. When I pull the other stuff back into camera. And that will be that. So I'll go ahead and close the checklist. And we will come back to the main camera. And I will continue with the build. So we have the fireplace with its little portrait above it. And it looks like now we have another colorful bit. Given the colors, I think this is another internal bit for the platform there. Oh, I'm off camera, sorry about that. I'm trying my best to stay on camera, but there's a lot of clutter across my tables right now, just because of the nature of the kind of sets we did today. So yeah, we are, by the time we pose the castle and go over everything, we will be passing the 9-hour mark, which means I don't know the exact hour-minute mark of my longest stream. Actually, I can look that up real quick. And that will actually cost me another minute. So it will make this stream 1 minute longer to look up my record length from the stream I did, the 9-hour Speed Champion stream I did last year. I actually have my video folder open. So I can actually go into that and look at the timestamp on the file info. Somewhere here. Lego Speed Champion Summer Marathon. So that was 9 hours, 16 minutes, and 56 seconds. We are at 8 hours, 48 minutes, and 32 seconds. So it'll be interesting to see. So I would need to pad time for 28 more minutes to break the record. So it'll be close. But given that Main Tower and East Wing both have bigger piece counts than Great Hall did, even if I miss the record by a few minutes today, I still have 2 more chances to hit it. So it looks like this is another piece of the Dueling Club platform mechanism. So I'm just going to press that in like that. And interesting. I hope I assembled that bit correctly, because I'm not really sure how the play feature is supposed to work yet. So let me go ahead and... So the fireplace is done. It was just a quick little side build. Cute little fireplace there. I'm not going to show the wizarding portrait that's in the top of the boathouse because that happens to be the one duplicate. So I'm not going to show that one. But there is a wizarding portrait in the top of the boathouse there. We'll go over all the characters again at the end. What was that character's name again? Right, okay. So we're 3 of the 18 sets deep after tonight. I'd say that's a pretty good start to our Hogwarts adventure. And we will be back next weekend for the second of the really big sections. The really big sections are going to have to be all-day weekend marathon streams, but the smaller sections we can do as my regular average length weekday streams. But lots of other LEGO content on the channel to plan too, not just Harry Potter. So this week, this will be it for Harry Potter until next weekend, I believe. And this is it. This tiny little bit of parts in front of me right here. That's the end of parts pile for today. Probably about over 2,000 pieces total today across everything. So yeah, and this is the very last bit of parts pile for today. Oh, I have to build a second one of those. So yeah, by the time we pose everything, we will hit the 9-hour mark. But I don't think we have enough juice to get us to the actual record. But it'll be close. Alright, now that those are done, we can attach these onto the clips there. Okay. I just knocked people again. And now we have these really nice printed tiles that we can use to decorate the Dueling Club. That's pretty. Kind of a celestial moon and star pattern going on for the dueling platform here. There. I gotta show this pattern. That's really pretty. And those are all printed. Those aren't stickers. That's really nice. Dueling Club platform there. And this shows that if you take the two duelists, you can put them on either end of the platform like this. And before I do that, let's just go through here. And this just shows we're done. This shows the Great Hall and the Boathouse, the other sets we did today. And here we see another one of the sets, the Flying Lesson, which we did not get to today, but we'll get to soon. Each set sold separately and available for different periods of time. For example, this is the Great Hall, the first of the 3 big sets you need to form the core of the castle. It's retiring this summer. They just released the third of the big core segments you need to make the core of the castle. It came out last week. So that's what they mean when they say each set sold separately and available for different periods of time. And this is one of the classrooms. Oh, okay, that's going to be the Charms classroom in that ad. I have all the sets on my build shelf over there ready to go as we go through this project. All the big sets are in hand. I have one small set that's still in the mail system, but yeah, everything's pretty much in hand. So yeah, and there we go. There's that. We can turn the instructions off, and let's figure out this play feature. So if you press on, okay. So what it is you line those up, and then you can clip the characters on to the platform. We had both platforms lined up, but there we go. It's not... Oh, it came off. We need to do some repair on this side. So yeah, you clip it in, and clipping it in pushes out the stairs, and then you put your character on, and they struggle, and then if you push hard enough, his spell knocks Draco over. Then Draco can get up, challenge Harry to a reduel, and then Draco can cast his spell hard and knock Harry over. So, yeah, that's a pretty cool play feature. If you know how to use it. And we'll just put them back on. And now with the instructions turned off, let's go through everything real quick. First, I'll take the smaller bits off of camera real quick, and we'll go through everything as best we can. And I will switch to the other camera, because the other camera can actually sort of get the whole Great Hall into view. And now I'm breaking things, obviously, which is not a good thing. So what did I just knock over? I knocked over this, and I heard something go on the floor. One of the figures. Okay. I've also planted the Great Hall right on top of one of the boats and smashed the lantern right off of it. Alright. Carefully. Let's go through today's stuff. So yeah, we're at 8 hours, 58 minutes, and 30 seconds. I don't think it's going to take us 16 minutes to go over everything. But with the instructions turned off... interesting. Brett actually is streaming tonight. Brett is a friend of the channel, so when he streams, we raid him. He usually streams Friday and Saturday. I don't stream Friday because Temple usually, but Saturday, if he streams, I raid him. So we're gonna raid Brett tonight. Usually, I raid music when Brett's not on, but tonight because Brett's on, we're gonna raid him. So now I'm gonna adjust the tables so we can get a camera adjustment. And you can see pretty much the whole great hall in the camera view when I pull the camera back like this. Here's the exterior of the castle. Well, the exterior of the Great Hall. You can see if I turn it this way. And I'm still knocking things on the Alright, tell you what we're doing. We're taking everything that's I put on the front of this, and we're double stacking things if we have to. We're just getting the characters out of the way for now so that we can alright, that's Snape. That's the Dueling Club. That's the Boathouse. And you know what? The brick separator, we're done building, so that's clutter at this point. Let's put that aside. Let's get the, let's see here. The snake comes from the club. The oars come from the boathouse. And I seem to be missing a character. Did someone else go on the floor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that lineup is done. I'm missing one of the boat students. And all the classrooms just came out of the back of the castle. So let me do a floor dive because I seem to be missing one of the figures here. Oh, there he is. He jumped over onto the keyboard tray for the computer. That's why I wasn't seeing him on the floor. All figures accounted for. So now, let's try and get this whole thing on camera. So, there's the castle. And let me set these 3 classrooms aside because they're not classrooms, but let me set these rooms aside because they slid out. And since they slid out, I'll just show you. So from this side, and you can see the courtyard. You can see the courtyard in there, the doorway and the clock. This goes into the Great Hall. You can see all those windows lining the Great Hall. And then if we turn it this way, you can see the interior. It's set up for a beautiful feast. You can see the 4 house banners in the back there, and the levitating candles, and the indoor rain clouds that they have in the Great Hall. And then, if I pull this out, you can see these 3 open areas in the bottom. That's where rooms go. But I'm going to show off the rooms individually and then slide them back into the back. Alright, so the boathouse is attachable. So this is the boathouse we did. The boathouse is the section where first years go on their traditional boat ride into Hogwarts when they come off the train. You can see our first Hogwarts Owl is over here. There's a couple other little animals hiding around the boathouse as well. But the main thing for me here is the owl. In this tower, in the top of the boathouse, there is one of the wizarding portrait spots. However, this was the duplicate. The one duplicate we got tonight. So I am not going to show that one. But you can see it through that little window there when I slide the little wizard portrait piece back in. But that's the one duplicate we got tonight. So I'm gonna skip showing off that one specifically. There's these clips here. There are these bits at the bottom of the stairs here, and the boathouse just clips onto the bottom of the Great Hall like that. And that's the first official attachment of the modular Lego Hogwarts. We have these classrooms that go in the back of the Hogwarts Castle interior section. Before we get to that, I'll just show you this section here in the middle of the front here. This little section here of the rockwork is actually, you can open it and there's a secret door for someone to make a quick escape out of the basement of the castle there. There is a broom inside that little tower there. There's a broom hiding back there for your escapist to grab and fly away. So, secret hidden door in the castle rockwork. And yeah, we're back to having the base levels off camera. Not much we can do about that given the way this is. My camera angles are not, I don't usually have sets this massive on stream. I've done a few sets this massive before, but not on stream. My camera just doesn't work like this. It's not quite as tall as the Pac-Man arcade, but I think the tower, the main tower we're doing next week, is as tall as that one. So that's as good as I can get it. Let's keep going through the stuff we did tonight. So there's a couple of modular classrooms that you can slide into the base of the Great Hall. There is this, which is the troll bathroom. I'll open it up. And you can see on the one side, on this side, you have an intact sink. On that side, that's where the troll smashed the sink and you have a puddle of water all over the floor. And then you have here the bathroom stall, which can open to reveal a little toilet inside. And the bathroom stall can also be smashed down by the troll. And there's two size classes for modular rooms. You get two of the big ones on this set, 2 spaces for big ones, and 1 space for a smaller one. So now we will look at the other wizard portraits for today, because this is the Hufflepuff Common Room. It slides into the other big slot in the bottom. Alright, so there's the Hufflepuff house. And I'm actually about to raid out anyway. I'm just showing off to the raiders what we did today. So there's the Hufflepuff Common Room. All 4 common rooms are represented across the Hogwarts series, but we still have a lot of the castle left to build. So we just have Hufflepuff, and there's one of the wizarding portraits up there above the room. Fireplace in the back, cozy little table with a butterbeer and some kids' homework. We'll put that into here. And then we have this little room for the small slot. And this is just a portrait corridor. And there's 4 more of the wizarding portraits. Only 1 duplicate total tonight, and it's the one in the Boathouse. So these are all different. The one in Hufflepuff is different, and the one in the Dueling Club is different. So we got 6 of the 14 so far. We had 7 chances, so we have 20 pools left to try and get a complete set. We have 20 pools left to try and find the remaining 8. So the Boathouse also came with 2 of these little boats. So there's the little boats for the Boathouse that the first years come in on. And then the idea is you're supposed to be able to take the tables off the Great Hall and put the Dueling Club in there, but I'm not even going to try. So here's the Dueling Club platform, and I'm just going to set that down. And the little fireplace that came in the Dueling Club with our final wizarding portrait tonight. And let's go over the figures real quick. There's a lot of them. The Boathouse came with 5 figures. We get McGonagall, And then pre-house, four pre-house students. Neville, Harry. And you'll notice that these versions do not have house badges because they have not been sorted yet. There is a set for the sorting hat ceremony. We did not do that one tonight. That's the other place to get badgeless students, houseless students. That's Hermione and Dean Thomas from the Boathouse. That's the Boathouse crew. The Dueling Club crew, we get Draco, our first of several Dracos in the... And I just knocked his wand out of his hand, so give me a moment to fix that. Wands like to fall out of their hands. I'm not the best at setting up the wand grip. So, from the Dueling Club, we have Draco, and he has a... Draco and Harry from the set have magic effect wands. That's why their wands look different and have transparent effect pieces on the end. I'm not sure why it's not focusing, but... Oh yeah, because we took the... This is the camera that doesn't like to focus. We had to switch cameras. And here's the Harry that came with the Dueling Club. He also has a magic blast on his wand. Dueling Club Snape, one of the two professors running the Dueling Club. This is the first of several Snapes across the Hogwarts Castle. McGonagall also has several appearances across the castle. This was her first in the Boathouse. Of course, Gilderoy Lockhart from the Dueling Club. So that's the Boathouse and Dueling Club crews. Oh, and the Dueling Club also comes with this snake representing the Serpensortia summon spell. Now let's go over the figures from the Great Hall real quick, because I kind of sort of just glossed over them as we put them on, and we haven't really seen them in a few hours. So here's Harry, the very first figure we put together as part of Hogwarts Castle. This is the Professor Quirrell figure, and yes, he does the thing. So this is Quirrell. And if you come over here and you take his head wrap off, he does have the hidden Voldemort face on the back of his head. Which, of course, the camera isn't going to focus for, but there he is. So that's Quirrell. We have Fat Friar, the Hufflepuff house ghost. Every common room set comes with that house's ghost. So this is Fat Friar for Hufflepuff. We have here... Oh, I remember his name. The Ravenclaw representative for the set is Terry Boot. We have Professor Vector, the Arithnomancy professor. I don't think she comes up with story relevance at all, but still a cool figure to have. Our Slytherin student representative for the set is Daphne Greengrass. Of course, we have our first of many appearances of Ron Weasley. We have our first of at least two appearances of Dumbledore. Hermione, the first of many. Actually, we saw the second of many as well tonight as well in the Boathouse crew. And then our Hufflepuff student representative, her name is Leanne, and the box does not give a last name for her, which is odd because most student characters are given a first and last name. And last but not least, one of the figure highlights for the Great Hall, you get this big fig of the bathroom troll. One of the highlights of the night for me is this guy. He's ready to smash. So yeah, let me type in exit raid, and we will get out of here, so that I can clean up and go have some dinner. Let's see if I can even get to my keyboard. Let's see. We're gonna rate Brett the Breton tonight because he's a friend of the channel. Keyboard. Let's see. Sorry, I'm reaching over the cast a little bit. I need to type this raid. Alright, we're raiding out to Brett. Have a good night. I'll be back on Monday with my third to last Mario set for Mario Monday. We have 3 weeks of that, and I have a special stream on Thursday, not Harry Potter, and then next weekend we'll do the next big section of the Hogwarts Castle. So we'll be doing this for a few weeks, this Hogwarts project, but I won't be able to stream again until I do the next weekend's stream. And then we'll do some of the smaller sets the following week, leading up to the third big section the following weekend. Have a good night. We're rating Brett the Breton. Have a good rest of the weekend, and I will see you soon. Big section the following. Have a good rest of the weekend. Section the following. Have a good rest of the weekend.
Your uncle is a crazy ass mad scientist, and you're visiting his place because you're a super genius kid. Somebody did something. Oh, hey, we got an Eevee raid. What's going on? Welcome in, welcome in. Howdy, Eevee folks. Welcome. We're playing Quantum Conundrum, a oft-forgotten game from the 90s, I think, something like that, early 2000s maybe.